night here at Skagit Speedway. Gates are officially open as you guys come in tonight. Want to remind you we are a smoke and vape free facility. Designated smoking areas are outside the gates and fenced in areas 25 feet away. There is no sitting on the yellow line on the concrete. Please do not sit in the seats with reserved tags on them unless that's your seat. And a reminder, no drinking out in the parking lot. We have got 2 beer gardens to help you out with that. Both the Beach Beer Garden and our South End Beer Garden are open, and it is happy hour from 5 to 6 o'clock. The Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA and the 210 Brewing Light Lager available in both of those beer gardens, and all 16-ounce beer, $3 off until 6 o'clock for happy hour. We're just 5 days away from the $126,000 to win Skagit Nationals featuring the Kubota High Limit Racing Series. It's their highest paying 2-win race of the year. The stars and cars of the High Limit on their way to Skagit Speedway next weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday here at Skagit Speedway. Hot day out here today. Make sure you guys stay well hydrated. Coca-Cola is available in both the North and South concession. Have yourself an ice cold Coke and a smile. I went with some Powerade Zero tonight. It was a good choice. You've also got Dasani water and Smart Water available at both concession stands. If you have any kind of dietary restriction, we're happy to offer both gluten-free buns and vegan options on certain parts of the menu. You can catch that at both the North and South concession as well. Race tonight's going to be fun. 50-50 raffle is in the house. And we got to thank Critters Pet Rescue Foundation for being here and being our 50-50 raffle ticket sales tonight. You can pick those up at the South Gate as you come in. Ma and Pa's kettle corn is in the house. And with every bag of kettle corn or popcorn, you get a $5 off car wash coupon to the Blue Cow Car Wash. That is on Skagit Speedway popcorn and Ma and Pa's kettle corn in the house as well. Lulu's Espresso is there, icing things down and caffeinating for you. If you guys need a little perk and a pick-me-up, go visit Shay and the girls over at Lulu's while you're at it. If you didn't get the right clothing choice for tonight, our souvenir stand and the driver's souvenir stand open with all kinds of cool stuff as well. So kick back, relax, enjoy. We got a busy night ahead of you here as heads up to the video board. If you guys will pay attention to the video screen, we will get our Skagit Speedway tour, and we will get Eric List's pit walk up and running. That is all coming up in just a couple of seconds here at Skagit Speedway.
Les Schwab changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe that you should get more from less. Like exclusive tires we design ourselves means more tires made for the roads that you drive, less compromise, and we include America's best tire we sell. It's more unbeatable warranty, less charging you extra. And our 60-day satisfaction guarantee means you'll be way more satisfied and way less stressed. For all this and more, you get more from less.
So even the trip here to Skagit Speedway is beautiful. There's like lakes, water, and fishing, and beautiful trees. Here at Skagit, it's a vibe. And everything, as you'll notice, very soon is blue. Everything is Redeem Skagit Blue. And you'll notice that as we start to pull in here. And I love this. There's a lot of signage. You cannot, there's your sign, right? Campers that way, general parking this way. Everywhere you drive here, there's clear instructions. It's a very well laid out place. So this is just part of the very cool camping area. There's always lots of a great contrast in campers, right? Here's the bounder. See the kangaroo on the side of the bounder? Did you get that, Eric?
Yeah, I get that.
See, look at that. That's a bounder. This cool old truck, this F-250. Oh, you've got the nice pink outfit over there as well. But there's such a great, look at that old retro vibe over there. How good is that? Morning, happy Skagit. So your Skagit experience at the pit gate is always very friendly as well. You'll notice with Carla, she's gone that far into be supporting the venue. She's even got blue eyes. Before she started working here, they were brown. But now she's...
For the dirt.
She's redeemed Skagit Blue. So she sells signage here, does sponsorship. Her husband runs this whole pit area situation and driver's briefings and all that sort of stuff. And that's apparently there's coffee here.
Well,
We didn't get that memo apparently. Anyway, this is part of the Skagit experience. It's a vibe here, isn't it? It's a vibe.
it's a happy time.
You've heard of NASA. This is Dasa. He's kind of like a rocket scientist, but in the Skagit White push truck sort of world. This, mate, the Sierra Grande, this is a classic. Now listen to this. That's how you know you got a real car, right?
Right.
Exactly right. So that sound, I mean, this is cool too. This is another very cool part of the Skagit experience. That's the darkest possible legal tint, Dasa.
I think so.
How many of you push truck folk are there?
6.
6?
6 of us.
And you all have your own Look at that Bronco.
Yep.
Look at that bad boy. Tire shine is on point. Very well. Hey, puppy dog. What's your dog's name?
Socks.
Of course. Because
He's got
clearly
socks.
where? His whole body is a sock. Dasa, you're not convincing me on the sock thing. Either way, why do you do this?
Because I love it.
You get to push like the best sprint car drivers in the world, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So Dasa, you know, you've been around this game. Well, you got to follow him too because he's got a really cool social page.
Yep.
Skagit White push truck. Oh, look at that. Yeah, baby. The Kubota's out there doing the track work. Jeff, good dude, helped us out. Doing a bit of a launch with the Bronco, the Ford Performance full-time fabrication guys. Did a great job with this. I don't think we'll do a lap. We might get in trouble. Look at this view. Look at this view. Feels like I'm almost back in Iowa or something. Oh, Blake Anderson.
Wado.
Let's go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
Is this not one of the most beautiful speedways you've ever been to?
It's incredible. You got the mountain, you got every once in a while we get bald eagles flying over, kind of keeping an eye on us.
You ever get any bobcats or mountain lions come out of the forest?
I've had a bear. We've had a bear. Well, I saw one up the road from the
wow.
racetrack a couple weeks ago.
No way.
A month ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Open red.
Oh,
cafe.
and look.
Oh yeah.
The 210. That's of course our new beer, which is
Yeah. Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA. We'll have it tonight. You walk in here, we got little painted sprint cars on the wall with our menu, and then
See, look at this. Do not adjust your sets. You're seeing sushi on the menu.
this has been a really popular one, Wado, is an uncrustable Welch's fruit snack and a juice box for $5
No
for the
way.
kids. Comes in a brown paper bag, you know, like you're getting sack lunch at school.
Sack lunch. Eric brings one of those to school here at the track
does.
every day. Look how cool this and you can stand here and watch the races
So,
while.
yeah, during the night, these 2 TVs and then these 3 behind us will have the races on. So we'll have the races live during the night. So if you're standing in here waiting for Risa to get you some food or something, you don't have to wait very long with Risa. She's not in here very often, but she's in the other concession. You got to go down. But nonetheless, yeah, you don't feel like you missed the races. And
No.
that's a beautiful thing is you can watch the races, wait for your food.
You know, I've been to a lot of speedways all over America and Australia and even in New Zealand, but I've never actually seen a beach bar at a racetrack. And it is an amazing view that you get here. Oh, would you look at that? Here is the new 210 Brewing Co. Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA. Look at that. Very, very cool. And this place is so legit. Like you can literally look out, they've got nice little tiki lights everywhere here. And how good is the quality of beach sand, I hear you ask? Well, don't take my word for it.
You know, Wade, my favorite section is the loudest section at Skagit Speedway, and that's Section G. And the really cool part about Section G is it's really close to the pit area, where all the drivers get to stand and watch the races.
Hey Wade, this is my favorite section. It's Section F. I used to fall asleep here in the stands like this when I was 6 years old. So I recommend it if you have kids that need to sleep.
Well, ladies, my favorite stand is, well, we're named after the Jim Raper Memorial Super Dirt Cup. It's where I've sat with my dad since I was a child, and he still even sits here now.
And here we have the Kids Clubhouse, where kids can come here, play games, win prizes while watching the races. And around the corner, we have the family section.
This is the family section, where there is no vulgar language, fighting, no smoking, and no alcohol. If you follow me up these stairs, you'll have a perfect view of Turn 1 and the podium to enjoy.
So this is Section A. Eh? Maybe this could be the Canadian section, eh? Turn 1, they rip it and grip it down this main straightaway and hook in, and you get to see the cars go off the track to the pit area. The other cool part is nice green spectator banks where kids normally like to roll down these hills.
Here's one of two places you can get your merchandise at Skagit Speedway, right next to the main entrance. After you grab your merchandise and you're an adult, come on over to the beer garden.
This is where you can find the main beer garden, where it has all your nice cold drinks if you're feeling a little hot today. And then over here, we have a whole bunch of activities. We have cornhole, we have axe throwing, where Eric's not that good at it. But then, to stay part of the action, we have 3 TVs where you can continually watch it. And if it gets cold at night, we have space heaters.
There's plenty of activities. And it's right next to the racetrack.
Well, that concludes our tour of the stunning Skagit Speedway. Wow, look at Eric, he looks fantastic in his shirt. There is not a bad seat in the place here. It is a fantastic event with amazing places to watch. Go up and hang out with the rowdy people in Section G, go up to Section F, up to the Jim Raper stand, up to Section A as well, the family stand, the kids club, hang out in the beer garden, throw some lawn darts, and cool, that's what Eric did really badly with the axes. Make sure you get here nice and early, can't wait.
And I'm happy to have you along with me for tonight's exciting racing action here at Skagit Speedway. 360 sprint cars, Sportsman sprint cars, and the CGE Garage Midgets are all in action tonight. And it's the last time really for crews to get set up before the 410s race next weekend in the Skagit Nationals with the Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series. $126,000 to win next weekend. That's the 28th, 29th, and 30th. You can buy your tickets online at SkagitSpeedway.com. But tonight, we've got racing still. 360s, Sporties, and CGE Garage Midgets, like I just mentioned. It rained last weekend. Tonight, it's sunny, it's hot. Make sure you're staying hydrated, drinking lots of Dasani waters, Powerade, Gatorade, soda, and eating food as well. Keep liquids and food in your system. With that, let's take a look at tonight's order of events. 5:15 puts us into wheel pack with 360 hot laps and 360 qualifying. Right after that, Sporties, hot lap, and then Midgets will group qualify, and then the sports sprint cars will qualify after that. Opening ceremonies, 7 o'clock like normal, puts us into heat races. All heat races will go 8 laps in total distance tonight, starting with the sports sprint cars, then the 360s, and then the CGE Garage Midgets. B mains are scheduled tonight for both the sports sprint cars and the midget division, both going 12 laps, starting with the Sporties and then the Midgets. That puts us then into A main time here. Sporties will go 25 laps, Midgets will go 25 laps, and the 360s will go 30 uninterrupted laps tonight. However, this schedule all subject to change throughout the night depending on car count and how we see fit. With that, we're standing here in the main gate next to the Skagit Speedway show car. Let's go out back and check out the pits. Well, we went down to the pit area here on all phase heating and air conditioning night at Skagit Speedway. 360s, sports sprint cars, and CGE Garage Midgets all here and ready to rock and roll tonight. There's a good look at the 26th of Levi Hillier. Him and Colton Heath battled last time the 360s were here. Now that was all the way back during Breast Cancer Awareness Night on August 2nd. Him and Colton Heath waged war really for the opening half of the race before Heath got by just before the halfway point. Hillier led the opening 11 laps, and then Colton Heath got by the 55, Trey Starks. He leads 360 points here at Skagit Speedway with 994. Jason Solwald sits in second, and Colton Heath will get to, both those drivers who will get to farther down the road, sit second and third. Justin Jacobson, him and Jaden Whitney, the last time the sports sprint cars raced, had a heck of a battle back behind the leader, Steven Hendrickson, outside the top 5, racing for position. They were tied in sports and sprint car points. Now the points lead has gone to Jaden Whitney with 855. Steven Hendrickson in second, and Jacobson falls back. He's only 20 points back, though, of Whitney in the lead. So Justin Jacobson in third. The sports sprint car points battle has been great all year long. It's been really fun to watch. Tonight, Peyton Drake looking to get a win in the Sportsman. He's been oh so close. A lot of third place podiums talking to him. He's like, man, I want to move up even second, but he wants that win. He's going to be running double duty in the 360 and Sportsman tonight. There's Jason Solwald, who sits second in 360 points with 917. He has a win in 360 competition here. Steven Hendrickson, most recent Sportsman winner, a 13. And he's moved into second place now in points. Only 17 points back of Jane Whitney. He's got 3 wins this year as well. look at the other side of the pit area of Skagit Speedways. We'll continue our pit walk towards the more southern end. Beautiful sunny day with white clouds, 80+ degrees. Beautiful. There's the 88 of Jaden Whitney. Whitney is also the most recent guest on the On the Gas podcast. You can find that wherever you get your podcast. Take a good look. Got some new headers on the 88 of Jaden Whitney. But he's your points leader here at Skagit Speedway in the Sportsman's again, 855 for Whitney. 70 of Macy Longston, all ready to go. Has a win this year, and the Sportsman looking to add on to that. Levi Clack, 360. But for the really Starks, Sowalt, and Heath, and as we come up to Colton Heath, they have all finished inside the top 10 in 8 of 9 360 races here at Skagit Speedway. So they've only missed the top 10 once. There's lots of top 5s in there for those 3 drivers as well. So an impressive stretch of top 10 runs for those drivers. There's the 3 of Colton Heath, the most recent 360 winner. And here we hit the CGE Garage Midgets. They're back now. Ran over a month ago on July 12th. And Shane Smith picked up the win as we come up to the 17M of Shane Smith. That was his 6th career Skagit Speedway win in the Midget. He also leads points with 602, Ryan Orchard in 2nd, and Mike Evans in 3rd. Excuse me, Nick Evans, sorry. Nick Evans in 3rd. There's Nick Evans' car. Right off to our right. Well, with that, 360s, 40s, and CGE Garage Midgets are all here tonight at Skagit Speedway. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's not get hit by the water truck. Drink your water tonight. Enjoy the race, whether you're watching here with us in person on YouTube at Skagit Speedway or wherever else. We appreciate your support. With that, thanks for joining me on Eric's Pre-Race, Pit Walk, and Talk.
In partnership with 210 Brewing Co. and Skagit Speedway comes the brand new Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA. You can find and try this beer at the Skagit Speedway Beer Garden, plus check it out at the Railroad Pub and Pizza in Burlington. With notes of citrus, pineapple, and sweet berry fruits, it's bound to get you going just like you were out there on the track. Check out the new Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA today. And remember, please drink responsibly.
The beer garden until 6 o'clock here tonight at Skagit Speedway, where you can try the new Skagit Speedway IPA for yourself and see what all the talk has been about. We have got more coming up. Track packing going on right now. Hot laps coming up soon here at Skagit Speedway. CGE Garage Midgets will now hit the track for a very brief track pack, transponder check, and a green-white checkered once they've all been verified as good. Our first really cars at speed portion of the evening. Glad to have you with us. Happy hour continues at the Beer Gardens for another, looks like half an hour. Be sure to go see the girls at the Beer Garden and pick up some $3 off 16-ounce beers while you have the opportunity. On the raceway, there's your points leader, Shane Smith, in the Bob and Lori Scott 7S. Smith right now a Triple Crown points leader as he leads Skagit Speedway points in the CGE Garage Midgets. He leads the Midget points up at Deming Speedway and the Summer Challenge Series points as well. Been a good season for the newly married driver of the 7S. Randy Schaff is car number 23, one of just a couple of drivers who bounces back and forth between the dirt and the pavement version of the Focus Midget group. As Schaff, versatile driver, will race both over the course of the year. Glad to have him with us here tonight. '41 is Ashley Thompson. Thompson, a heat race winner last night up at Deming Speedway. She also newly married as her and Shane tied the knot a couple of Fridays ago. Congratulations to those two. Tyler Luce, the white with black number 3. There's Nick Evans. Evans, runner-up last night at Deming Speedway. Winner of the Rebel Jackson Junior Memorial at Evergreen Speedway a couple weeks ago. Their 37 lap featured there. It's been a good year for Nick. Black with green, car number 8. Pilot of that one is Doug Davenport out of Vernonia, Oregon. Davenport will score him as the 8D. Although really, can you see the D? It's a pretty small little D. The 18, that is Ayuka Cookie Carlson. Cookie Carlson in the black and yellow 18 car. New to the group, just a few race weekends under his belt for the driver of the number 91. That's Tom Beck out of Cornelius, Oregon. Beck in the 91. Takes the car down to the apron. The 17, that's Cookie's uncle. It's Kyle Hansen, the DEW investing car. Black, blue, and yellow 17 is Kyle, who's run in both the Hornets and our Sportsman sprints as well as the Midgets here. And that is Dave Mills in the 39. The designated overtime racing 39 car. Painted in Oklahoma State Cowboys colors. Dave makes his home in Marysville. 58 is J.D. Lewis. Lewis been out for a number of weeks, had surgery on his hand at one point in time. Second-year driver out of Everett. Actually, it might even be up to the third year now for J.D. My sense of time is flawed at best. '37 is Andy Pritchard. That's Brad Pritchard's kid. Pritchard in the 37. And piloting the 17 tonight for Denny and Deanne Smith, that is Seth Hespy. Hespy, a former midget champion here in the Northwest. Normal competitor with the 1200s up at Deming Speedway. Good to have Seth back and running the midget tonight. Green flag is out. Very quick hot lap here for the midgets as they continue to roll the surface in. Midgets will be back out after a little while for group qualifications. Right now, again, just finishing off the last little layer of grease around the racetrack. Next group's made their way out onto the track. Ryan Holmqvist is in the 90. Let's get wheeling her up down the back straightaway. Evans stays out in the 24. Driving the 71 car. That should be Jonathan Jorgensen out of Bellingham. Ryan Orchard, Dirt Cup winner of the 32. Loose for his hot lap in the 3. 90C of Stuart Milner in behind him, black with white stripe. Jorgensen's car. Chris Court in car number 53. Chris makes his home in Lake Stevens, and a look once again at Randy Schaff in the 23 car. So, midgets continue to roll through. 24 CGE Garage midgets here tonight. As you get a look, Stephen Massengale is the black and gray, easy for me to say, 64 car. There's the 7S of Shane Smith, your points leader. (41B) Brad Pritchard. We saw his son Andy earlier in the 37. Now Brad's turn. 21 is Todd Hartman. Hartman, one of the veterans of the division, has been racing in the class since 2007. And the 32, the in-laws racing car of Alex Peck. Peck, many times the bridesmaid, never the bride this year, as he's been on the podium nearly every night. And still hunting for a feature win. Todd Peck's 91, Cookie Carlson's 18. There's 4-car Michael Volbrecht. First time we talked about the veteran in Michael. Michael's been with the series for a decade plus now. I'd say 2015 was his rookie year as a midget driver. Paul was a steady and fast competitor as Volbrecht in the 4. Well, we'll finish up with the midgets, and then we'll roll 360 sprint cars on the track for hot laps first, qualifying second. While we have a minute, the Swinomish Casino and Lodge, perfect destination for your next getaway. Wake up to stunning views of Padilla Bay. Head to the casino floor for exciting slots and table games. Relax and recharge by cozying up in the lodge and end your day savoring the delicious flavors of the Pacific Northwest of the award-winning 13 Moons. Come, stay and play at the Swinomish Casino and Lodge, where you can explore it all. Got to be 18 to play and 21 to book a room. Action RV, your local service center that brings top-notch mobile service to your location or service at the shop. With our secure facility just off Highway 20 and a team of highly trained technicians boasting 40 years of experience, you're in great hands. Call them today. Action RV at 360-707-0404. .360 teams will move into the center, where they will work out of and get ready to hot lap here tonight. Crews will make their way into the middle, see if they can find a lick of shade somewhere in there here on this almost 90-degree Alger, Washington day. Let's tell you who our competitors in the 360 sprint cars are going to be for tonight. First one you'll get a look at coming off the fourth corner is the Shaylin Ray Motorsports number 18. Out of Burlington, Washington, the Blue Cow Car Wash, Car Mart USA, Lulu's Espresso. Thanks, Aaron. Casey's Kitchen Car of Jason Sowald. Sowald in the 18, a multiple-time feature winner here on the year. In the 29K, that is Levi Kuntz. Kuntz out of Carnation, Washington. Sponsors for him, Lyuna 292, George Anderson Company, Stillwater Trucking, Looker, and Bighorn Excavating. In car number 3, you have got Jordan Milne. Milne is out of Edmonton. NAPC, TRC Transmission and Manufacturing, Synergy Coatings, and DC Signs. Streaking by him on the inside is the 17 of Cam Smith. Smith out of Mill Creek, driving the QuickTime Espresso, QuickTime Transport, Linden's Restoration and Fab number 17 car. In turn number 1, that is the 0 of Ashley Johnson in the Elite Transportation Economy Propane, Cascade Materials, Nordic Temperature Control 0. And the National Rookie of the Year for 360 Sprint Cars last year out of Burlington in 13 Racing, Spaney Buildings, Race Reading Foundation, Race Ready Clothing Factory K number 26. That's Levi Hillier. Hillier in the 26 car. Sowald, fastest car on the raceway in hot lap session number 1. Well, coming up next weekend here at Skagit Speedway, Jason Sowald, one of many of our local drivers scheduled to take on the Kubota High Limit Racing Series for the Skagit Nationals, $126,000 to win. Sowald, just one of 3 drivers who have won Skagit Speedway's Triple Crown. Himself, Shane Stewart, and Trey Starks. And next weekend, Starks looking to be the first one to do it in the same year as Trey won Dirt Cup and our 360 Nationals. Can Starks beat the National Touring Series here at Skagit? Find out next Thursday night. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the Kubota High Limit Racing Series here at Skagit Speedway. Well, these drivers being given a second run. Let them repack the track a little bit and take a second shot at it. Cam Smith may have an axle problem on the 17, as that car has got some weird tilt to it. You can see the left rear is almost shoved up against the bodywork. So Smith is going to need a rear pick. And there is debris on the raceway as well. Cam climbing out of the car. He's going to take a quick look at it as well. So Smith out of the car, and the 17 will take the rear pick off the racetrack and back to the back. '51 of Dustin Gehring. Saw a quick shot of him. He rolls into the pit area, as do a couple of the additional cars, as Cruz from group number 2 now making their way in. So off goes Smith. Out of the racetrack he will go. Repairs will begin on the 17 car. And needless to say, he's probably going to miss time ends. Can't really swap a rear end out all that quickly, as most of the time you got to go all the way up through the drive line to get everything lined back up, straightened back out, and ready to go. So Smith behind the 8 ball to start the night off. We'll see how he can recover as the night stretches on. Here comes Group 2 for the 360 Sprint cars. In the 55, there is the guy the next weekend is going to be going for the Triple Crown, trying to become the first driver to do it in 1 year. All in 1 year. It's the TNC Comset Starks Racing AL Driveline Newland Bar Service Melby Fab and truck repair number 55, Trey Starks. Trey Starks, the 55 car, out of corner number 2. Car number 10 in and behind him. Out of Everson, Washington, the Pacific Coast Welding and Marine, Lemley Family Racing, Deming Speedway, Stedman Powder Coating, Pioneer Garage car of Peyton Drake. Peyton Drake in the 10 car. Car number 33, the former Sportsman Sprint Car champion, who scored his 33R. Skagit Roofing, Sign Pro, Ideal Rental, R&H Mechanical, and Northwest Auto Body sponsor Bill Rude. Rude to 33. Car number 66 is the Wing Down Driving Experience, Speed Mart, Racer Inc. Foundation, Johansson Mechanical, Central Welding entry from Monroe. It's Tanner Holm. Tanner Holm in the 66. Behind him, another driver we'll see taking on High Limit next weekend. In the Mount Baker Landscaping, Brent Rents, Premium Services, Scrap and Stow at Triple X number 33, Cole Deeth out of Marysville. 77 car is the Chilliwack Ford Race Car Creative Triple X Race Component number 77, and it's Levi Klatt. Klatt 77. 20 is Kai Dixon. Score him as the 20K. Had a rough run for a couple of weeks, tearing some race cars up out of Maple Ridge, BC. Sponsored by Black & McDonald, Built Performance, Lordco Auto Parts, Excel Race Gear, and Go-Go Hobbies. The 20 of Kai Dixon. Looks like the 55 of Starks, the fastest of the cars on the racetrack. Starks, Heath, Dixon, Solwald, Holm. So 14 cars ready to time in. Should only be 13 of them due to Smith going out. .360 sprint car track record is owned by Trey Starks. Set in September of 2020 with an 11.085 second lap. Can't imagine we're going to get anywhere close to that tonight. All-phase heating and air conditioning night at the track. Big welcome to all the all-phase employees, including those who are hanging out at the Skagit Speedway Fun Bus down in the infield at the moment. I'm waving at you even though you can't see me. I'm the John Cena of racetrack announcers. Cannot see me. That's right. Hello, all you fine, fabulous people. I'm told the bus is air-conditioned, so that's nice. I'm not. A fan is not an air conditioner, Eric List. This is merely moving the 105-degree temperature inside the booth and making it circulate so it feels like it's 104. Reminder, please drink lots of water here tonight. Hottest day on record, I believe, at Skagit Speedway this year. It says 81. I don't believe it. And especially with the sun beating down on you guys, the effective temp has to be in the 90s. So please, once again, lots of water. Dasani and Smart Water available both at the North and South concession, along with a variety of other Coca-Cola products, including Powerade, which does a really good job if you're sweating profusely. It'll put some electrolytes back into you. So Powerade and Powerade Zero, along with the wide range of Coca-Cola products available at the North and South concessions. And happy hour just ended at both the beer gardens, the North and South, but that doesn't mean that if you didn't want something frothy, frosty, and cool, they wouldn't be able to provide it to you. I'll tell you what goes well together. Skagit Speedway nachos with some chili and a Modelo. It's not a bad combination of stuff. Or, if you're one of those who is into the ciders, I believe that we've got a hard cider in both beer gardens. There's also seltzers in there if you want to go that direction. But they all go well with food. So hot food, cool drink, and sprint cars. All open wheel cars tonight here at Skagit Speedway. Make it happen. You will be a happy camper. For decades, Hoosier Racing Tire has been more than just a tire company. They're a passionate supporter of race fans, race teams, and the sport we all love. When teams need tires that perform under pressure, when teams demand reliability lap after lap, when fans want to see the best competition possible, they choose Hoosier. If you're looking for the #1 tire in performance and results, think Hoosier Tire. Visit us at HoosierTireWest.com. Join Cafe in the Morning with Dave, Alan, and Patrice for the most fun in the mornings. More music for your workday with Bill Davis and Scotty Van Driver. His happy hour request show at 4 o'clock. Spend all day with Cafe 104.1. Well, first on the racetrack, car number 18 out of Burlington, the Shaylin Ray Motorsports car, sponsored by Blue Cow Car Wash, Carmart USA, Lulu's Espresso. Thanks, Aaron, and Casey's Kitchen. This is Jason Solwald. Solwald to lead off time trials here tonight for 360s. Solwald on the clock at 11:7:14 is where he'll start us off. 11714. Lap number 2, and Solwald 11:5:43, 11543. This time we saw Levi Kuntz. That car got torn up pretty good. Good to see the driver from Car Nation, Washington back with us. He's sponsored by Lyuna 292, George Anderson Company, Stillwater Trucking, Booker, and Bighorn Excavation. His first lap is 12:249, 12249. Second time by for Kuntz. And it is slower on lap 2 at 12:233. Actually, just a hair faster, my bad. 12:233. Levi Hillier out next at the Radine Racing 26. Hillier, Radine Racing, Spaney Buildings, Race Radine Foundation, Race Ready Clothing, Factory Kane. First pass for Levi, 11:796, 11796 for the reigning National 360 Rookie of the Year. Seeking his first Skagit Speedway win in 2025 still. Second lap is slower at 11:876. Second quick overall for Hillier. Coming to us out of Alberta, Edmonton specifically, the NAPC TRC Transmission and Manufacturing Synergy Coatings DC Science 3 car of Jordan Milne. Milne in the 3. Lap number 1:12:106, 12106, third quick for the 3 car. Second time around coming for Jordan Milne, and Milne lap is a 12:140, 12140. Up next, driving the Elite Transportation Economy Propane Cascade Materials Nordic Temperature Control number 0. This is Ashley Johnson. Johnson in the 0 car. 12.615. 12.615 for Ashley the first time by. And second lap for car number 0. Johnson goes 12.659. 1.2659 for Ashley Johnson in the 0. Out of Oak Harbor, the 51's Dustin Gehring. Gehring in the 51, After Hours Customs and Collision. Lewis Auto Glass, Terraza Auto Detail for Gehring. First time by 12.307. 1.2.307. And Gehring's second lap around. 12.304, just a hair better. 1.2.304. Coming out, the multiple-time track champion, also the winningest driver in 360 competition, going all the way back to 2008. This is Colton Heath. Heath out of Marysville, Mount Baker Landscaping, Brent Rents, Premium Services, Scrap It, Stow It, and Triple X. Lap number 1, 11.815. 1.1815, good for third quickest for Colton. Heath, second time on the clock. And the lap for Colton comes crossed. Second quickest, 11.793, 1.1793. There's a couple of weekends of torn up race cars as well, but back at her in the 20K is Kai Dixon. And Maple Ridge PC, Black & McDonald Built Performance, Lurco Auto Parts, Excel Race Gear, and Go-Go Hobbies. Dixon now third quick at 11.794, 1/1000th of a second behind Heath. 1.1794. Dixon, lap number 2, 11.830, 1.1830. Out next, the youngster out of Everson. It's Peyton Drake in the Pacific Coast Welding and Marine, Lumley Family Racing, Deming Speedway, Stedman Powder Coating, Pioneer Garage, number 10. Drake, fifth quick, 12.089. 12.089. Fifth right now. Can he get quicker? Not that time. Still fifth at 12.047. Better lap. Doesn't ascend up the ranks at 12.047. Now next, it's one of the Wing Down Driving School cars. Tanner Holm drives this one out of Monroe. Wing Down, Speed Mark, Race Routine Foundation, Johansson Mechanical, and Central Welding on the 66 car. Holm now fifth quick at 11.953. 1.1953. Second time by for Tanner. 11.929, quicker on lap number 2, fifth overall for the 66, Tanner Holm. Clocking in next out of Mount Vernon, he's the Sportsman track record holder in the Skagit Roofing, Sign Pro, Ideal Rental, R&H Mechanical, Northwest Auto Body. Number 33, R. Bill Rude, the driver. Bill, 11.908, he is now fifth quick. 1.1908. Second time around for Bill Rude. Clocks in 11.919. A little bit slower at 11.919, but fifth overall for him. The Chilliwack Ford Race Car Creative Triple X Race Components, number 77, Levi Klatt next up. Klatt back into the 77 car here tonight. Levi goes 12.121. That's ninth fastest. One more car to climb in and time in behind him. Klatt on lap number 2, 12.121. Here comes the track record holder, one of the better qualifiers we've got. It is the TNC Concept, Starks Racing, AL Driveline, New and Bar Service, Melby Fab, and Truck Repair number 55 of Trey Starks. Starks in the 55. Trey, shocker, quick time, 11.537, 1.1537. And second lap for Starks is slower at 11.658. Trey Starks, quickest qualifier on the night. Solwald 2, Heath 3, Dixon 4, and Hillier 5 for the 360 sprint cars here at Skagit Speedway. Well, our Sportsman sprint cars will come up next as we get the drivers off Raceway. Don't forget, coming up September 13th, it'll be First Responders Night. $5 with proof of ID on that one for our first responders coming in. Nelson Reisner bringing you that race night. First Responders Night coming up Saturday, September the 13th, here at Skagit Speedway. Well, Skagit Speedway Fun Bus coming off racetrack. Sportsman sprint cars are coming up and in. We'll turn things over to Eric List. He's got the Sporties tonight here for their hot laps and time trial session. 25 Sportsman sprints in the house. Going to be busy tonight for them here at Skagit Speedway.
Definitely want to do that. Well, good evening, everyone. We have 25 Sportsman Sprint cars in attendance tonight here at Skagit Speedway. We appreciate everyone in attendance. Make sure you're drinking some Dasani water, some Powerade, Coca-Cola products as well. And always get some good food, whether that's a cheeseburger, brisket, nachos. Now, do you want nachos with brisket? Well, we can do that too. Really, whatever food options you can think up in your wonderful brain, we can probably make it over in the Skagit Speedway concession stand. Go talk to the lovely people over there if you're hungry or thirsty, or go check out the beer garden too and get plenty of appetizing beverages to keep you hydrated and staying cooler in the sun. Well, we'll make sure the wall is visible for all our drivers. You can see some happy fans here at Skagit Speedway tonight. We have ice cream, too, at the concession stand. So you want something cold? How about an ice cream sandwich, an ice cream bar, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream? I could go for an ice cream right now. We got SpongeBob Pops. Now, if you can get one that actually looks like the package shows, I commend you because they never ever look like that. But they still taste all the same. So go get your ice cream at any of the concession stands and enjoy your night here at Skagit Speedway because it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be hot, but don't worry, we can get you covered. If you're looking to fill your water bottle, too, if you brought in your own water bottle, we have a water bottle filling station over in Section A, right between the bathrooms, so keep yourself hydrated, please. We have medics walking the grandstands that if you do need anything ever, they are some of the best in the business. They'll help you if you feel dehydrated. And Sportsman Sprint cars now hit the track again. 25 in attendance tonight. First one you see rolling down the front straightaway, that's your points leader, the 88 of Jaden Whitney, standing with the Great Western Transport, Arlington Earthworks, Powder Coating Inc., Nahomish Napa Auto Parts. Whitney's in the 88. He secured the points lead the last time the Sporties are here, back during Breast Cancer Awareness Night. And in behind Jaden Whitney is the 70 of Macy Logston. Out of Mount Vernon, Washington, Triple X Race Saver 305, Sea Island Sand and Gravel Pit, Stop Laundry, Absolute Plumbing, Aquacheck Well Drilling and Pumps, Conway Pub and Eatery, Rindall Trucking, Macy Logston there. Allison Johnson, the 4 out of Blaine, Washington, the Art Uncle Bill's Elite Transportation's Cascade Material Mills Electric North Timber temperature controls. Economy propane number 4. Another good look at the 88 of Jane Whitney as we turn him loose for hot lap session number 1. There's the 8 car. By live timing and scoring up, so we'll get both drivers and their times rolling across as well. The 8's of Tom Weiss, one of those wing down cars. Weiss out of Seattle Triple X Shark Speed Mart, sponsor for him. The 2 of Ryder Shiflett. Makes his way on to Skagit Speedway, Freight of Triple X Van Dyke, Cedar Green Farms, Agro Mac, Xterra Dumpster Services, Walters Excavation. Checkered flag flies. Tom Weiss, fastest so far in the opening group of hot laps and 25 sports sprint cars, so we'll see at least 4, maybe 5 sessions of hot laps, and then they'll be split with the midgets for qualifying, and they'll come back out. So Tom Weiss, Justin Jacobson, Macy Longston, Jane Whitney, Allison Johnson, and Ryder Shiflett, your 6 cars. Tom Weiss quickest with a 13.017, Justin Jacobs 13.075, Macy Longston 13.102, Jane Whitney 13.140, Allison Johnson 13.186, and Ryder Shiflett 13.922. The 09 you see pushing onto the racetrack now, that's Piper Harless. At Arlington, the Triple X Shark Team 31, Uncle Chuck Racing, OPC Racing, that's Piper Harless. Good look at the 57 of Tony Bundy out of Alta, North Dakota, 57T. Jet City Equipment, Pit Stop Laundry, CSI Construction, K&B Excavating on the 57T of Tony Bundy. Well, that's Ronnie Cox in the 9 out of Bothell, Washington, Piers, Burlington Used Car Superstore, Sparrow Skin Spa and Salon, Tepic Mexican Restaurant, Rev Up Energy, Mr. T's, Ronnie Cox in the number 9. '13, Steven Hendrickson, Pack Trucking Car, your most recent winner in the Sporty Division. Miles Sanding, Gravel, Mills Electric, North Temperature Controls, Herc Rentals, 13. Puff of smoke out of the back of the Ronnie Cox car. That's the 45 of Jackson Stratton. Stanwood, Washington, J&J Shark, B&T Automotive, Arlington Power Equipment, Sideline Excavation, 45. Steven Hendrickson to the top of the board, 12.907, 21Z. That's Kira Zylstra you see going down the back straightaway. Zylstra currently 8th quickest. Monroe, Washington, Triple X, Garrity Engines, HLB Custom Fabrication, Miracles and Memories Academy, Clangram, DNG Backhoe, Monroe Chiropractic, and Alternative Med Center on the 21Z. Checkered flag flies on group number 2. 13 cars into the 25 total, and Steven Hendrickson to the top of the board in hot laps. 12.780, 127.80. Ronnie Cox, Tom Weiss, Justin Jacobson, and Macy Longston remain your top 5. Well, Sierra Pacific's Burlington division proudly produced quality lumber products right here in Skagit Valley. Every part of their sustainably sourced logs is utilized, producing enough lumber to build 21,000 homes annually and electricity to power nearly 19,000 homes. Sierra Pacific Industries, growing forests for our future. Two more groups to go for Sportsman Sprint Car Hot Laps before they'll go back to the pit area for the midgets to qualify, and then it'll be time trials for the sporties. The 73, that's Peyton Drake at Everson, Washington, Triple X Shark, Freedom Fireworks Shark Racing Engines. Alden Ostrom in the 19 out of Cedro, Dirty Deeds, Septic Cascade Flats Wedding Venue, Wing Down Racing 19. look at the 23 car of, that's not Zan Miller. Darrell powers the 27 Oak Harbor Triple X O'Reilly's of Oak Harbor, powers diesel and automotive services. Paul Rollo in the 8R out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada, Richmond engine. Nordic Auto Parts, Borden's Auto Parts 8R. Cole Button shown, the 72R. Yellow flag. Steve Parker in the 6. Now to the top of the board. 12.760. Beats Steven Hendrickson's 12.780. Peyton Drake up to 3rd. Ronnie Cox, Alton Ostrom, your top 5. One more session of Sports Sprint Car Hot Laps to push off. Out behind the Interstate Batteries outrageously dependable restart zone. You can see the 72R of Roy Blumen of would be Cole Button shown. Pacing slowly around, allowing him to stay out there. The rookie flag allows him another set of hot laps, so Button shown going to utilize that in the 76R. He'll take this second session of hot laps with these cars. Well, there's the 36 of Tanner Merritt out of Commando Island, the Maxim Tepic Mexican Restaurant, First Class Auto Glass, General Plus Installation, Delta Camshaft, Piers Burlington Used Car Superstore, number 36. 44J, that's Jalen Serrano. Triple X Shark, Old Timers Bar and Grill, Chase Construction, Long Arm Towing and Hauling, Jimmy and Sons Trucking, Tacos to Callet Land, 44J, Jalen Serrano. Well, there's the 23X of Zan Miller at Olympia, Washington, Triple X Shark, Bulldogs Trailers, Razor's Edge Drywall, Sound Diesel Services, Apex Ground Control, Zan Miller in the 23. Green flag flies for the final session of hot laps for the Sports Sprint cars. 17 car, that's Dana Glenn. Covington, Washington, Triple X, PCI. Sponsored on the 17 of Dana Glenn. Been awfully fast here in recent competition at Skagit Speedway. Been battling for wins, battling for top 5s. Been able to talk to him quite a bit on the podium. But right now, they're all chasing Jalen Serrano in the 44J. Her time of 12.642. Again, that's a 1.2642. She's top of the charts so far. Dana Glenn, you see right there, second quick, 12.739. Steve Parker, Steven Hendrickson, and Peyton Drake, now your top 5. As Sports Sprint Car Hot Laps come to an end. So 24 cars officially, well, turned a lap time. Dustin Gehring shows his transponder but did not officially register a lap time, at least on my race pass. Again, Jalen Serrano top time, Dana Glenn, Steve Parker, Steven Hendrickson, and Peyton Drake, your top 5. Now we'll turn it over to the CGE Garage Midgets for their group hot lap and qualifying session. Actually, just qualifying session, as they got a quick hot lap here early in the night. Groups of 4 with 6 cars total. Group 1 will hit the track here momentarily. For 24 total midgets back in the pit area tonight. Great car count for them. They're doing a double duty weekend. They ran up at Deming last night. Now they're here tonight as well. Good to have the CGE Garage Midgets with us. Gives crews out back in the Sportsman division a quick second to make any adjustments they need before they have to roll back out for qualifying. That's why we split up their hot lap and qualifying sessions with the Midgets. Well, there's 17M of Seth Hespy tonight. About to say Shane Smith, but Seth Hespy driving the 17M. That's usually driven by Shane Smith. Actually, well, he's in the 7S. Moving back and on through as well. Chad Kincaid in the 50 car, who you see right there on your screen. Ashley Thompson in the 41. Green flag flies for time trials for the CGE Garage Midgets. Look at the 17M of Seth Hespy. Very similar looking car to Shane Smith, who's all the way in group number 4. The 17 car, that's Kyle Hansen. So far, Seth Hespy, well, as soon as I say that, has a top spot now. Chad Kincaid in the 50 to the top of the board is 15.126. 15.126 for Chad Kincaid in the 50. Doug Davenport, the 8D, currently 4th quick so far. So Chad Kincaid, Seth Hespy, Ashley Thompson, Doug Davenport, Kyle Hansen, the 5 cars out here that have turned a lap time. The one we did not see was Andrew Pritchard in the 37B. So Chad Kincaid goes quicker, 14.864, 148.64 for Chad Kincaid. Seth Hespy second, Ashley Thompson third, Doug Davenport fourth, and Kyle Hansen rounds out the top 5 so far through midget qualifying. Again, stay cool tonight with water, ice cream at any of our concession stands here. Get yourself a Dasani water, a Powerade, a Coca-Cola product, a nice ice cream bar, ice cream sandwich, SpongeBob ice cream. We don't want it to melt back where we have it. We prefer it to melt in your hand, or you can eat it quicker before it will melt. Get your 50-50 raffle tickets as well. 50-50 raffle tickets on sale. Group 2 for the CGE Garage Midgets pushes out onto the racing surface. That's the 24 of Nick Evans. Nick Evans in the 24. Brian Holmqvist, the 90. Well, there's Andrew Pritchard. He was scheduled for Group 1. He comes out in Group 2 instead. So Andrew Pritchard there in the 37B. 71 is Jonathan Jorgensen out of Bellingham, Washington. Out of Everett, the 58, that's DJ Lewis. Lewis in the 58 so far. Nick Evans up to second quick at a 14.893, 148.93. Jonathan Jorgensen third, Seth Hespy 4, Brian Holmqvist 5. But so far, Chad Kincaid still with quick time on the evening. Dave Mills in the 39. He currently runs 10th quick at a 16.052. Another look at Nick Evans, one of the competitors at Deming Speedway last night, with us here at Skagit Speedway. And now Nick Evans top of the board, 14.848, 148.48 for Nick Evans. Nice lap time by him to bump out Chad Kincaid down to second. Jonathan Jorgensen still third, Seth Hespy 4, and Brian Holmqvist your top 5. Attention all decluttering champions. Got metal? Don't just toss it, scrap it. If running out of room for things you need, it's time to stow it. Easy metal recycling and convenient storage options are offered to help streamline your life. Find out more, visit the website at www.scrapitwa.com or call 360-734-1112. Group 3 for the CGE Garage Miz, that's the 32R of Ryan Orchard out of Sydney, British Columbia. Orchard currently second in the points here at Skagit Speedway. 41B, that's Brad Pritchard, the dad of Andrew Pritchard out of Cedro. Lake Stevens' own Chris Court in the 53. The 9DC, that's Stuart Milner, his first time back with us after getting married. So congratulations to him and his wife. Ashley Thompson, Shane Smith, also just got married about a week ago or so now. So some newlyweds back in the pit area in the midget division. The 91, that's Tom Beck out of Cornelius, Oregon. Lights go out, we'll turn them loose with the 23 car of Randy Schaff out of Fife. Randy was scheduled for Group 2, so he makes his way for Group 3. Green flag flies nonetheless. Again, they're all chasing Nick Evans, his 14.848. Again, a 1.4848 for the 24 of Nick Evans, whose quick time on the evening so far. Brad Pritchard now to the top. A good look at him on his screen right there. There's Brad Pritchard, 14.808, 148.08 for the 41B of Brad Pritchard. Beats Nick Evans lap time. Still Chad Kincaid, third, Ryan Orchard, and Jonathan Jorgensen, your top 5. Track goes yellow. And Brad Pritchard's time stands 14.808, 148.08. Nick Evans, Chad Kincaid, Ryan Orchard, and Jonathan Jorgensen, now your top 5 through 3 groups of qualifying. Well, race fans, if you're hungry, we've got you covered. We've got cheeseburgers, nachos, popcorn. You can get Blue Cow car wash coupon either on kettle corn or a large bag of popcorn as well. So don't worry if you're hungry in the grandstands. We've got plenty of food options. Also, you can mix and match. We've got mac and cheese, got nachos, pretty much anything you could think of if you want to mix and match it together. You want some mac and cheese with some of the brisket? Well, you can do that. You want some brisket on your nachos? We can do that too. Anything that you really feel like you desire, we can do that. We got vegan chicken nuggets if you're looking for an alternative option to the chicken strips. They taste just like chicken strips, except they're made with plants. The 4th and final group of CGE Garage Midgets comes on out. There's the 4 of Michael Volbrecht out of Shoreline, Washington. The 7S, there's Shane Smith out of Bow, Washington, your current points leader for the CGE Garage Midgets. 18, Ayuka Cookie Carlson out of Burlington. Todd Hartman, the 21, calls Bothell, Washington his home. So far, Brad Pritchard quickest at the top. 64M is Stephen Massingale. Massingale currently 8th quick at a 14.935. Brad Pritchard, quick time 14.808. Alex Peck, now Shane Smith to the top of the board, 14.741 for the 7S of Shane Smith, 14.741. Alex Peck, the 32, You see right there, up to second quick, 14.798. Brad Pritchard down to third, Nick Evans, and Chad Kincaid, your new top 5, as the track goes yellow. Well, that will conclude Midget qualifying here at Skagit Speedway. Shane Smith, the top of the board, and he'll get it done. 14.706. Alex Peck, Brad Pritchard, Nick Evans, and Chad Kincaid. Well, you can get some new merchandise over at the Skagit Speedway souvenir stand, whether it's a t-shirt like you see there, the old school tattoo shirt, or whether it's a hoodie with the Built for Speed. Again, if you see something you like, buy it today, because you might not ever see it again. Really cool merchandise here at Skagit Speedway. Go check out the souvenir stand that's located to your south near the main entrance. Also, the driver souvenir stand there as well. You can get souvenirs from Trey Starks. He's got stuff over there. Colin Mackey, Justin Youngquist, Kai Dixon. A majority of your favorite race car drivers all have souvenirs over in the driver merchandise stand, which is located, again, to the south, right next to the Skagit Speedway souvenir stand. Now, that profit goes all directly to them. We don't take any of it as Skagit Speedway. It's all their money. We just allow them to have a place to sell their merchandise to you as fans. So you want to go support your favorite driver with some merchandise. I know Trey Starks rolled out some Dirt Cup champion shirts. Now, whether we still have those or not, I haven't went over there to look. Those were exclusive. So go get your driver merchandise and apparel, whether it's hoodies, shirts, or what have you, at the driver merchandise stand. Sports Sprint Car qualifying coming to you live now at Skagit Speedway. That's the 4 of Allison Johnson out of Ferndale, Washington. The Art Uncle Bill, Elite Transportation, Cascade Material, Mills Electric, Nordic Temperature Controls, Economy Propane, number 4. Opening lap time for Allison Johnson is a 13.015, 130.15 for Allie Johnson. 25 cars total to make a lap time. Lap number 2 for Johnson, better, 12.826, 128.26. 22J is Jessen Jacobson out of Stanwood, the Triple X Shark, Grinders Automotive and Marine. Mel Decker Racing, Burlington Eagle Sasquatch Subs, Jacobson Trucking, Fast Track HVAC. Opening line for Jessen Jacobson, 12.636, 126.36. Top of the board so far. The car that sits third at Sportsman Sprint Car points. Only 20 points back of Jaden Whitney. Lap number 2 for Jessen, 12.615, so better on lap number 2. Here comes your points leader. That's the 88 of Jaden Whitney, Stanwood, Washington. Great Western Transport, Arlington Earthworks, Powder Coating Inc., Snohomish Napa Auto Parts, the 88 of Jaden Whitney. New headers on the 88. You can see he kind of adopted the Paul Silva style that they're pointed up. And Jaden Whitney second quick, 12.756, 127.56. Can take a look at the headers barely. You can see pointing up more towards your left rear or right rear. Lap number 2 for Whitney, 12.614. He goes top of the board. So Jaden Whitney to the top. Here's the 57T of Baltic, North Dakota zone. That's Tony Bundy, Jet City Equipment, Pit Stop Laundry, CSI Construction, K&B Excavating. On the 57 of Tony Bundy, opening lap time puts him 4th quick, 13.138, 131.38. Catches the berm, exits corner number 4. Lap number 2 not as good, 13.174. Lap number 1 was better at 13.138. The 70, that's Macy Logston out of Mount Vernon, the Triple X Race Saver 305. Sea Island Sand and Gravel, Pit Stop Laundry, Absolute Plumbing, Aquatech, Well Drilling and Pumps, Conway Pub and Eatery, Rendall Trucking 70, Macy Logston. Opening lap time for Macy is 4th quick, 12.892, 128.92. Looking for faster off corner number 4. She'll get it 3rd quick, 12.682, 126.82. Ryder Shiflett from Afredo, Washington pilots the 2 car tonight. Van Dyke Cedar Green Farms, Agromac, Xterra Dumpster Services, Walters Excavation on the number 2. of Ryder Shiflett. Opening lap time for him, 12.967, 129.67. Actually, scratch that. Well, I show a 13.400 on my race pass. Lap number 2 for him, 13.164, so 6th quick for the 2 of Ryder Shiflett. Tom Weiss in the 8 out of Seattle, the Triple X Shark Speed Mark, number 8. Opening lap time for Tom Weiss. 4th quick, 12.686, 126.86 for Tom White. Down the back straightaway into corner number 3. Can he get quicker off of corner number 4? Lap number 2 comes across. He does, 3rd quick, 12.627, 126.27. Kira Zylstra, the 21Z out of Monroe, Washington, the Triple X. Garrity Engines, 8LB Custom Fabrication, Miracles and Memories Academy, Clangram, D&G Baco, Monroe Chiropractic, and Alternative Med Center, 21Z. Kira Zylstra, opening lap time for her, 6 quick, 12.874, 128.74. Zylstra comes across lap number 2. 12.918, lap number 1, better for Zylstra. Ronnie Cox out of Bothell, Washington in the 9, Piers Burlington Used Car Superstore, Sparrow Skin Spa and Salon, Tebec Mexican Restaurant, Rev Up Energy, Mr. T's, that's the 9 of Ronnie Cox. Opening lap time for Ronnie Cox is good for 5th quick, 12.800, 128.00. Lap number 2 for Cox. Better, 12.791, 127.91. 09 of Piper Harless. Arlington, Washington, Triple X Shark, Team 31. Uncle Chuck Racing, OPC Racing, Piper Harless in the 09. Your 10th car to turn a lap time here in Sporty qualifying. Opening lap time for Piper Harless comes across 10th quick, 13.211, 132.11 for Piper Harless. We'll see what she's got on lap number 2. Can she improve? She does. 10th quick still, 13.190, 131.90. Well, that's the 37 of Sean Wallenfels Jr., Stanwood, Washington, Precision Racing Engines, Marty Hopkins Contracting, Pied Piper Pub. 37 of Sean Wallenfels Jr. Opening lap time for Wallenfels is 8th quick, 12.954, 129.54. What can Wallenfels do on lap number 2? Can he go quicker? He does. 8th quick, 12.946, 129.46 for Sean Wallenfels. There's your most recent winner in the Sportsman Sprint cars here at Skagit Speedway. That's Steven Hendrickson out of Ellingham, Washington. The Pack Trucking, Miles Standing Grapple, Mills Electric, Nordic Temperature Controls, Herc Rentals 13. Can he dethrone Jaden Whitney? Opening lap time, no. 4th quick, 12.631, 126.31. Sports Sprint car track record set by Bill Rood in 11.883. Nowhere near that tonight. Lap number 2 for Steven Hendrickson, top of the board, 12.601, 126.01 for Steven Hendrickson. Jackson Stratton in the 45, Stanwood, Washington, J&J Shark, B&T Automotive, Arlington Power Equipment, Sideline Excavation, 45, it's Jackson Stratton. Opening lap time for Stratton puts him 10th, quick, 13.115, 131.15. Stratton, your 13th car to make a lap time so far. Lap number 2, 13.003. 13.003 for Jackson Stratton, so he goes better on lap number 2. Alden Ostrom in the 19 out of Cedro, Woolley, Washington, Dirty Deeds Septic, Cascade Flats Wedding Venue, wing down 19. It's Alden Ostrom. Opening lap time for Ostrom, 13.004. 13004. Ostrom 14th quick. Lap number 2 bumps him up to 14th quick still, better at 12.8. There's the 51 of Dustin Gehring. Oak Harbor, Washington, Rocket, Black Market Speed, After Hours Customs and Collision, Lewis Auto Glass, Terraza Auto Detail, Black Market Speed, Special Thanks Bonfire Betty, and Wade Underwood. That's the 51 of Dustin Gehring. Opening lap time for Dustin Gehring, 14.472, 1.4472. Lap number 2 for Gehring as he slows to a stop and pulls off. So Dustin currently 15th quick. Cole Buttonshone, the 76R. ButtonshoneRacing.com. Your 16th car to hit the track here at Skagit. First lap time for him, 14.570, 1.4570. 16th quick. Lap number 2. Not as good, 14.599. Darrell Powers at Oak Harbor is the 27, XXX O'Reilly's of Oak Harbor, Powers Diesel and Automotive Services. Darrell Powers in the 27. Opening lap time for Darrell Powers, 14.338, 1.4338. 15th quick for the 27. Can he go faster on lap number 2? He does not. 14.386. Lap time 1 was much better. Steve Parker in the 23. Opening lap time for Steve Parker, 6 quick, 12.727, 1.27.27 for Steve Parker. Lap number 2 for Parker, 5th quick. Bumps Macy Logston out of the top 5 at 12.675, 1.2675. The 73 of Peyton Drake, he's your 19th car to qualify out of Everson, Washington. The XXX Shark, Freedom Fireworks Shark Racing Engines 73 entry of Peyton Drake. One of the lucky few to go spend time in Knoxville during the Knoxville Nationals. Opening lap for Peyton Drake, 11th quick, 12.928, 1.2928. Peyton Drake chatting with him, man, he's been fast. He's just like, this car's just got a monkey. I want to get a top spot. He's been third numerous times. Goes 7th quick on lap number 2, 12.776, 1.2776. Well, that's Rapid Roy Blumenhagen in the 72R. Your 20th car to make a time out of Alger. Goes 17th quick on his opening lap, 13.273, 1.3273. Blumenhagen gonna look for a faster on lap number 2. He'll get it, still 17th quick, 13.248, 1.3248. Dana Glenn, the 17 out of Covington, Washington, XXX. Powder Coating Inc. number 17, it's Dana Glenn. Dana Glenn, quick and hot laps. Can he translate to qualifying? He can, kind of. 7th quick, 12.745, 1.2745. Not bad for being the 21st car to come out. Can he go quicker on lap number 2 and improve his position? He does. 5th quick, 12.655, 1.2655. Jalen Serrano, the 44J, Cedro Woolley, Triple X Shark, Old Timers Bar and Grill, Chase Construction, Long Arm Towing and Hauling, Jimmy and Sons Trucking, Tacos to Calentland. That's the 44J of Jalen Serrano. Opening lap time for Jalen Serrano is 5th quick, 12.646, 126.46. That bumps out Dana Glenn. Lap number 2 for Serrano, not as good. Actually an identical lap time. Well, 12.646. Talk about consistency. Nice lap time there for her. The 8R, that's Paul Rollo out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. The Triple X Richmond Engines, Lordco Auto Parts, Borden's Auto Parts. Opening lap time for him was a 12.613. Lap number 2 comes across, top of the board, 12.476. Nice time there from Paul Rollo in the 8R. Zan Miller, the 23X, second to last car to qualify. Olympia Washington, Triple X Shark, Bulldogs Trailer, Razor's Edge, Strywalser, Sound Diesel Service, Apex Ground Control. Lap number 1 for Zan Miller, 18th quick, 13.153, 131.53. Lap number 2 for her, 16th quick, 12.9, 87, 129.87. One more car to turn a lap time. That's the 36 of Tanner Merritt from Camino Island, Washington. The Maxim, Tepic Mexican Restaurant, First Class Auto Glass, General Plus Installation, Delta Camshaft, Pierce Burlington Used Car Superstore. 36, Tanner Merritt. Opening lap time, 21st quick, 13.241, 132.41 for Merritt. Out of corner number 4. Lap number 2, nicely, 16th quick, 12.970, 129.70 for the 36 of Tanner Merritt. Well, that will do it for Sportsman Sprint Car qualifying. And an impressive lap time for Paul Rollo. He goes to the top at 12.476. Steven Hendrickson, Jane Whitney, Justin Jacobson, and Tom Weiss. Your top 5, Jalen Serrano, Dana Glenn, Steve Parker, Macy Logston, and Peyton Drake. Your top 10 in Sports Sprint Car qualifying.
Well, Skagit Speedway here on All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning night. We got a treat for you guys, an unpublicized treat for you. As you know, Kubota High Limit Series is on its way next weekend here to Skagit Speedway for the Skagit Nationals, $126,000 to win. Well, due to unfortunate weather circumstances and such like that, we haven't been able to get our local 410 sprint cars on the track for, as it turns out, it's been 6 weeks now. So, tonight, unannounced, unscheduled, we're going to run 410s.
Heck yeah, Caleb.
Yep. Now, it's exhibition.
Yep.
So, no season points. And it's going to be pretty informal, so not nearly as many laps as usual, but they're about to come out for Groot, hot laps, and qualifying. A heat race and a main event. I think there's 8 of them who have made it tonight.
I've got 6, unless we've got more who
All
checked
right.
in before I got
You've
this
got
paper.
6. 6 it is.
Hey, I'm hoping for 8, though. I like that number better.
I'm positivity, right? So
Yes.
we'll run 6. They're going to run an abbreviated format tonight. It'll be 1 heat race, 6-lapper, 8-lapper, 6 cars,
Yeah.
and I believe a 15 to 20 lap A main at the end of the night. So that's what we're looking at. And that is so they can have a little bit of seat time leading into next weekend's Kubota High Limit Racing Series Skagit Nationals. 55 is the TNC Concepts sponsored machine of Trey Starks. The 95 is Dan Reynolds out of Lewiston, Idaho. So Starks and Reynolds, the first two who have pushed out. A lot of these drivers doing double duty tonight.
Yeah.
So had the 410 here as well. Said, hey, can we get some laps? It's been a minute since we shook the car down. Justin Youngquist driving the Dines Racing Crawford Garage Doors number 95 car.
Caleb, still 60% of their purse we paid out tonight. So
running a 410 is
but-
expensive,
Yep.
so we need to make sure these guys put some money in the racing account at the end of the night.
Yep.
And for you, the race fan, it's a open wheel special. So they
Yeah.
get 4 classes of open wheel cars tonight for the price of 3.
And the first time in a while we've ever ran the Sportsman's, 360s, and 410s at the same time.
It's been a minute.
Yes, it has been. I'm going to imagine we're just going to stick with 3 cars, and they're going to probably pack in the top side before we turn them loose.
Makes some sense. Be a really good opportunity for these drivers and getting on the track at this time of the day as well, as this would be about what you'd expect tail end for the qualifying run for Kubota High Limit Racing Series to be next week. So Starks, Reynolds, and Youngquist can all treat this like a de facto time trial run. All right, first 3, we'll give it a shot. Heat race lined straight up by time trial. Main event lined straight up by heat race finish.
Yep.
We are green. Times will come across on the scoreboard right above the Doyle Guffey's Valley Auto Sales sign. We understand this will be about a 4 to 5 lap run that they'll be given here. There's not a whole lot of time to mess around. They have to get up to speed, start ripping quick. Starks the really good first lap. 11.244 for Trey. Here comes Reynolds at a 12.301. Youngquist 11.642. 11.162 for Starks. Knocking on the door of the 10-second bracket.
He said, hold my water, I'm going to go do it.
White flag for Trey, 11.3 that time by. I think Youngquist might have lifted that way he doesn't get up to the back of Reynolds by the end of this. And here is Starks. He will shut her down at the very end, so not a representative lap time there. And you see how quick as Justin got back to the throttle, how much that gap he soaked up on the other 95 car. So it's Starks, Youngquist, and Reynolds right now, 1, 2, and 3. Last time we had 410s at the track, it was Starks taking the victory, if I remember right. No, Golden Heath.
Yeah.
That
Colin
was the night where Mackey led.
29 and a half, kind of, sort of. Well, 28. It's about to take the white flag and then ran out of gas.
Dirt Cup Hangover Edition, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, there's the 1C of Colton Heath. One of the drivers doing double duty. You saw him in the 360. He's got the 410.
The BMR. Big thanks to Leah Brown. Highlight Aviation 1C car.
And behind him, that's the 7 little O of, there's Colin Mackey.
Understand Mackey's getting ready to head down to the Douglas County Dirt Track on Monday night.
Yes, he is. They'll leave tomorrow and go run Monday before making his way back up here with the Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series. He's excited to go do that and just get more laps under his belt.
Good for Colin.
Yeah.
Smith Adrian Motorsports number 17 of Cam Smith is your third car. Cam ready to roll in the 17 machine. So there's your 3. We've got our 6. We are not letting drivers take their 360s and tag the 410s for an extra payday tonight. Has to be the 410 engine and the 410 car. You had to bring separate cars if you do double duty in the class. So nobody gets to just double dip. It's not a free payday.
Nope.
It's legitimate. I had to bring the car. I want to practice. I want to get shook down and ready to go.
That's a cool opportunity for these drivers. Again, still 60% of their normal Skagit Speedway purse, so about $3,000 to win tonight.
Significant.
Yeah.
All right. They're ready. Mackey is given
Plenty of room.
Heath a lot of space, and Heath is starting to build some space between himself and Smith.
Well, no point in running up on the back of each other as we just wait for the green flag to fly.
And wait. And wait.
Allow them to kind of pack in the top side of Skagit Speedway.
I think Eric's got the green flag in hand, and let's let him loose. All right, hot laps and group time-ins for the 410s, round 2.
Let's see, looking to beat Trey Starks at 11.162. First car to probably be fully up to speed will be Colton Heath, as he'll come by and we'll get his lap time to you. Colton Heath up to third quick, 11.360. Colin Mackey fourth, 11.392. And Cam Smith fifth, 11.734.
Mackey, that DeBoer & Sons sponsored 7.0. Really strong and improving engine packages in those cars. As he took over for Axel Outman after Axel's big flip. 11.1 there out of Heath. Monster lap for him. Colton knows how important timing is here in these major national shows coming up. 11.270. And really, you think about it, Eric, the last thing missing off the resume for Colton is a signature win at one of Skagit Speedway's premier events. He's been a track champion many times over. He is the current 360 win leader since 2008. All he's missing is that crown jewel, and this weekend, this coming weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, offers opportunity for him to figure that out. Second quick amongst the 6 here tonight. Well, that'll do it. We'll see them in a heat race coming up a little bit later as we welcome everybody from All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning in tonight. It is All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning night here at Skagit Speedway, night at the races. Welcome into all the employees and the families thereof here at the track. It's race day here at Skagit Speedway. Today's all about cheering on your favorite driver and making memories with friends and family. Nothing beats the classic Coca-Cola taste. Delicious Sprite refreshment and electrolytes from Smart Water Hydration. No matter who crosses the finish line first, Coca-Cola, proud sponsors of what matters on race day. Attention homeowners and business owners, if you need professional tree care, whether it's trimming, removal, or emergency services, our expert team is here to help your trees stay healthy and your property stay safe. Call the Dreyer's Tree Service today for a free estimate. Safe, reliable, affordable, world-class climbing and raking services will amaze you. Trust them to get the job done right. Voted Skagit's best of the best. Just look up the billboard and turn number 1 and give them a buzz. Mention Skagit Speedway for 10% off Dreyer's Tree Service. Got Roan on Facebook and some of the stuff that him and his brother do, climbing and rigging up those trees to cut them down and bring them safe to you, is pretty incredible. So check them out, the Dreyer's Tree Service. Proud sponsor here of Skagit Speedway. Well, it is time to welcome you all in, as tonight's race night at Skagit Speedway is brought to you by All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning. It's All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning night at the races. We're excited to have you in with, once again, a very toasty Skagit Speedway Saturday night. We encourage you guys to continue staying hydrated, as both North and South concession stands and Lulu's Espresso, plenty of drinks to keep your whistle wetted. Coca-Cola available at both North and South concessions, Smart and Dasani waters as well. My name is Caleb Hart. I'm excited to have you guys in with us tonight. If we can get the push truck drivers, the officials, and the safety crew to start getting lined up, as we're going to get opening ceremonies up and underway here just as quickly as we possibly can. Don't forget, next weekend it is the Kubota High Limit Racing Series, and the Skagit Nationals will run for $126,000 on Saturday night. And that means that you're going to see the stars, the defending champion for the series. Brad Sweet is on his way. Rico Abreu will be in the house. Brent Marks, Giovanni Selzy, and more. Looking forward to having you guys here with us. You can still purchase your tickets in advance at SkagitSpeedway.com. Eric List, welcome in tonight. It's a beautiful night to be trackside. There's no better place to be than a Saturday night at the races. Why don't you take us away for opening ceremonies?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Skagit Speedway and all-phase heating and air conditioning night. We appreciate that you decide to spend your Saturday night with us, and welcome to any new fans that we might have in the grandstands as well. Thank you for deciding to come to Skagit Speedway, and we hope you have a great time. Before we can get to racing action tonight, we have some thank yous that we always have to go through because these people are crucial to what we do, and if without them, well, we wouldn't be able to get it done. First of all our Skagit Speedway officials, push truck drivers you see down here in the blue, please give them a big round of applause. All of our Skagit Speedway medical crew, we've got medics walking the grandstands as well. They're some of the best in the business. Our wall scrapers, our parking crew, our concession stand employees, thank you to everyone who helps put this event on each and every Saturday night. Please, a big round of applause for them. At this time, if you'd please rise and remove your hats and join the for the Canadian and Star Spangled Banner.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time to go racing. Thank you for coming to Skagit Speedway. We're going to have an awesome night tonight.
Should be a bunch of fun. All-phase heating and air conditioning night at the races here at Skagit Speedway. Don't forget to pick up your 50-50 raffle tickets. 50-50 tonight, benefiting Critters Pet Rescue Foundation to improve and save animals' lives by promoting quality care and compassion through adoption and education. Our 50-50 tonight, Critters Pet Rescue Foundation. Racetrack, shadows creeping along, trying to get some extra moisture down in and around the high side of it, as it is the final tune-up for the Kubota High Limit Racing Series. Comes into town next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night for $126,000 to win in USD. Number of our locals down competing tonight at the Gold Cup Race of Champions on the way up there. Look forward to seeing them come back. Good luck tonight to Jesse Schlotfeld, Robbie Price, and Chase Getz, who are down at Gold Cup and will be making their way back north. Look forward to them joining our field along with our other strong group of 410s as we wait and see if Trey Starks can be the first one to win the Triple Crown in the same year here at Skagit Speedway. Dirt Cup, 360 Nationals, and Skagit Nationals all in the same year.
Well, Sportsman Sprint Car Heat races are scheduled to be up next. We have 25 of them in attendance tonight. Broken into 3 heat races, however, currently working on making sure the lineup is right, and currently an issue with the Sportsman Sprint Car lineup. Well, a big welcome to the all-phase heating and air conditioning group. They made their way on the fun bus, and we have a special video from them that we'll get to later, but you can see they made their way down there on the fun bus with Carla. They'll get to watch through the heat races as we wait for the proper setup to our first heat race.
Hi, I'm John Small with All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning. Welcome to Skagit Speedway All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning Night. Good luck to all the racers out there, and have a safe race.
So just a couple more seconds. We're up and running. As you see the camera, and the camera is about to hit the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to see your dance moves out there in the grandstands. Dance cam, activate. Tunage, activate. There we go. Thank you. Well done. Well to shake. We'll keep working on it as the dance cam just now getting broken in and ready to go here at Skagit Speedway. One of the new features that we've got going, always trying to add to it and move forward and do some cool new things within the program.
Yeah.
All right, now that I think I've got the audio fixed, hey Cole, can you cue the All Phase John Welcome to All Phase Night again, and I will crank the volume, that way we can hear it this time. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm John Small with All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning. Welcome to Skagit Speedway All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning Night. Good luck to all the racers out there, and have a safe race.
There we go. This
Well, thank you, John.
This time with more volume. Excellent. That worked. Well, we had a little correction to make at the last second on the Sportsman sprint car heat race lineups. That's the cause for the delay at the moment, so our apologies on that, but we think we've got it sorted out. Every once in a while, the binary code in the computer kicks out the wrong way when we expected it to do its job right.
Anyways, we've got our proper heat races lined up and ready to go. Thanks for shaking it off, Skagit Speedway. And time to shake it to some racing in heat race number 1 for the Sportsman Sprint Cars. Here's how they'll line up 9 cars to go 8 laps. Paul Rollo out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. The 8R on the pole. Justin Jacobson, the 22J. Tis outside. There's row number 1. Dana Glenn, Peyton Drake, the 17, and the 73 in row number 2. Alden Ostrom and Tanner Merritt, the 19, and the 36. Row number 3. The 57T, the 27, Tony Bundy and Garrell Powers make up row number 4. The 76R, Cole Buttonshone will play tail end Charlie on the field, making up the 5th and final row all by himself. So 3 heat races, this one of 9, the next 2 of 8 cars. Going 8 times around the Skagit Speedway, finishing position uber important to get yourself lined up in the best possible spot come A main time tonight. Their A main will go 25 laps in distance. Good look from our speed shot and our wireless cam as they enter corner number 3. That's be a fun shot to watch all night long. So we'll turn them loose to get them caught up to the Skagit Speedway Ford Performance Bronco. Well, we'll get the field in their proper running order as they are behind the Ford Performance Ford Bronco Pace vehicle. And it's Paul Rollo, Justin Jacobson, Dana Glenn, Peyton Drake, Alden Ostrom, Tanner Merritt, Tony Bundy, Garrell Powers, and Cole Buttonshone. Your 9 cars for 8 times around the Skagit Speedway. A B main will be on the cards for them tonight, so it's about finishing high and locking yourself into tonight's 25-lap A main event. Rollo and Jacobson take us into corner number 3. Pace quickens to corner number 4. Green flag flies. We're racing tonight here at Skagit Speedway. A great start for Justin Jacobson. Down to the bottom he goes, and he'll lead off the corner number 2. Here comes Peyton Drake looking to the outside of Dana Glenn. Thinks twice about it, goes to the bottom of the turns 3. Peyton Drake bouncing, skipping, can't get the spot past the 17 as Justin Jacobson leads lap number 1. Drake goes right back to work on Rollo in the 17. The 17 and the 73 going to wage war for the 3rd spot. Going to allow Alden Ostrom in the 19 to close if they can't get this done. Now here comes Dana Glenn looking to the inside of the Roots Racing 8R and Rollo. Rollo holds him off and has an advantage going into 3, and out of corner number 4, he grows that advantage. Rollo trying to track down Justin Jacobson, while Dana Glenn trying to stay away from Peyton Drake. Justin Jacobson gonna have to hustle as Paul Rollo slowly starting to cut in his lead as we're halfway home in the first heat race. Jacobson and Rollo both on the bottom at Skagit Speedway. You can see Justin Jacobson goes a little bit higher in turns 3 and 4. Rollo follows him around, and Justin Jacobson a nice job to extend his lead on the exit corner number 4. Jacobson feeling little threat as white flag will fly in just a couple laps and he'll be cruising away. Gonna encounter lap traffic. Now that's the 76R of Buttonshone. This could be trouble. Rollo right on his back bumper. White flag flies. One more time around. Rollo into the wall hard. He's upside down in corner number 1. Red, red, red. And see Paul Rollo moving around in the cockpit of the 8R as red flag flies here in heat race number 1. Skagit Speedway fire and safety crew quickly to the attention of Paul Rollo. Can see Rollo moving around and climbing out of the 8R. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause. Paul Rollo is up and standing out of the 8R over in corner number 1.
It's been an interesting few months for Rollo, who jumped out of the wing down rent-a-ride experience and got into the Doug Roots one. Strange deal, but again, that is equipment that he is renting, so unfortunately damage deposit not going to be coming back on this weekend's adventure. Great run though, quick qualifier on the night, just ran into problems he couldn't avoid here in the heat race, and unfortunately the 8R going to need some new race car parts coming up.
So Rollo out of the car and walking on the berm back to the pit area. Can see the Skagit Speedway safety crew making sure that car is ready to be picked up and towed back to the work area and well back to his truck and trailer out back. Rollo was racing with Jessen Jacobson for the race lead. They had Cole Button shown as lap traffic right there with them getting into corner number 1. And all of a sudden, everything went awry for Paul Rollo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, even as the sun sets, remember, it's still warm out there. Drink your Dasani water, your Powerade, your Coca-Cola products. And you know what goes really, really good on a hot summer day in Washington? Some ice cream. And beer, too. Ice cream, beer, soda, water, whatever you might need. We have it at the Skagit Speedway concession stands. You can find the north concession stand between the Jim Raper Memorial Grandstands and Section B, or the south concession stands located near the main entry. Go give them a hello, get your favorite food, water, whether it's a wrap, a cheeseburger, nachos, mac and cheese, a Coca-Cola product, some ice cream, a SpongeBob ice cream perhaps, a beer, one of the Skagit Speedway hazy IPAs. We've got it all for you here at Skagit Speedway. Well, thanks to our friends at Banner Bank for being a Skagit Speedway sponsor. Big congrats to them for making the Forbes list of 100 best banks in America. They're literally the best. Go see them at Banner Bank, member of the FDIC. Organizations partner with Fastenal to simplify, secure the supply chain for a vast range of industrial products by exceeding daily needs and optimizing supply chain performance. At Fastenal, we help our business partners create more value and more efficiency. Good look at the 8R of Paul Rollo coming off the Skagit Speedway on the wrecker. Heavy damage to the front end, as well as you can see the rear end knocked out of it equally.
Happy 60th birthday tonight to Mark Hoffman. Happy birthday, Mark. Bob Myers, happy birthday to you tonight. And up in the north concession stand, our own Abby is celebrating her 16th birthday. So if you wander to the north concession, make sure you find Abby. She's got a tiara and a scarf on in there. Celebrating 16 tonight. Happy birthday to Abby.
Happy birthday, Abby. Well, cars refire here for heat race number 1. Well, we'll get the field back in their proper running order. Justin Jacobson has been in the lead, and a commanding lead really so far. He's going to move Dana Glenn up into second. Peyton Drake to third. Alden Ostrom to fourth. With the departure of the 8R of Paul Rollo. Back straightaway will restart here at Skagit Speedway. If you're new and joining us for our first time, we thank you. And here comes your first look at the back straightaway restart. The Interstate Batteries outrageously dependable restart zone. That big green rectangle you see on the back straightaway that says Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable, is where they are able to fire. So anytime your leader, which in this case is the 22J of Justin Jacobson, hits that area, he can choose to fire off. Now, if he doesn't go until the end, then everyone goes. But he has his preference to decide wherever he wants to start this race in between that green rectangle on the back straightaway called the Interstate Batteries outrageously dependable restart zone. So Justin Jacobson brings them in, looking, goes about middle, there we go. And we're back to green flag racing here in heat race number 1. Dana Glenn looks to the bottom of the 22J, and here comes Peyton Drake on the outside of the 17. He thought about it, tucks it back down behind into corner number 1. Justin Jacobson pulls away down the back straightaway. Glenn down low. Jacobson a car length off the bottom, sees the white flag. One more time around the Skagit Speedway for Justin Jacobson. He's looking to pick up heat race number 1 in a top spot in tonight's A main. Through corner 3 and off of corner number 4, Justin Jacobson picks up the win here in heat race number 1. Dana Glenn second, Peyton Drake third, Alden Ostrom 4, and Tony Bundy rounds out your top 5. Justin Jacobson in the midst of a heated points battle with Jaden Whitney. Whitney leads the division right now with 855. Steven Hendrickson is in second, and Justin Jacobson is 20 points back in third. Hendrickson only 17 points back. So the gap is small between second and third in points, and a heat race win and a prime time starting spot in the A main is going to do wonders for Justin Jacobson. Well, race fans, remember on a hot summer night, we've got plenty of beverages to keep you cool here at Skagit Speedway. In partnership with 210 Brewing Co. and Skagit Speedway comes the brand new Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA. You can find and try this beer at the Skagit Speedway Beer Garden, plus check it out at the Railroad Pub and Pizza in Burlington. With notes of citrus, pineapple, and sweet berry fruits, it's bound to get you going just like you're out there on the track. Check out the new Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA today. And remember, please drink responsibly. You can try the Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA in any of our beer gardens, whether that's the beer garden at the south entry or the beach beer garden that's here to the north in between the Jim Raper grandstands and Section B. Go give that a try. It's absolutely fantastic. Make sure you grab a water, too, to go with it so that you can stay hydrated while enjoying your Skagit Speedway Hazy IPA. Heat race number 2 lines up like this. Steven Hendrickson, who sits second, as we were just talking about in Sports Sprint Car Points, rolls off on the pole. In the 13 with Tom Weiss in the 8 to his outside, making up row number 1. Steve Parker, the 23, and the 9 of Ronnie Cox in row number 2. Kira Zilstra, the 21Z, and the 23X is Zan Miller. The 09 of Piper Harless and the 51 of Dustin Gehring make up your 4th and final row. 8 cars, 8 times around Skagit Speedway for the second of 3 sporty heat races here on All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning Night. Thank you to All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning for joining us and deciding to make your evening out special here at Skagit Speedway. They're camping over in the Bowl. They've had a fun afternoon, a crab boil. They're going to have even fun tomorrow morning, so I've been told, with some beverages and fun things like that. So thank you to All Phase for coming and hanging out. And if you want to do the same for your business, well, you can find and contact us on the main phone when you search Skagit Speedway and click call, or you can email us at info@skagitspeedway.com. So do like all phase and bring your company to Skagit Speedway to have a fun night out at the races. We'll get heat race number 2 lined up behind the Ford Performance Pace vehicle before we turn them loose. And don't forget, race fans, we're racing for 3 days next weekend as well. The Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series invades Skagit Speedway for the Skagit Nationals. $126,000 to the winner on Saturday night. That's the 28th, 29th, and 30th. And hey, before we go racing on Saturday, you'll want to join us from 2 to 4 here for the Fan Fest. Now, that's completely free. Come listen to the live show. We'll have plenty of driver guest appearances, buy your favorite merchandise from your drivers, or some really cool and exclusive Skagit Speedway Skagit National swag. Looks really good this year, so that's going to be a lot of fun. And just come hang out, have a good time before the races. Well, with that, we'll get heat race number 2 in their proper order side by side. Steven Hendrickson, Tom Weiss, Steve Parker, Ronnie Cox, Kira Zylstra, Zan Miller, Piper Harless, and Dustin Gehring, your 8 cars who are all out there to go 8 times around Skagit Speedway in Heat 2. Well, lights go out on the Ford Performance Bronco, and that means we'll be 1 to go, and green flag at the chalk stripe that you see over in corner number 4. That chalk stripe is where they have to be to start the initial race. They have to be side by side when they hit that chalk stripe. A jump would result in the start coming back and trying it again. So Steven Hendrickson and Tom Weiss. Steve Parker, Ronnie Cox, Kira Zylstra, Zan Miller, Piper Harless, Dustin Gehring, and green flag flies. Heat race number 2 is ready to go. Bumping into turn number 1, Steven Hendrickson gets the lead over the 8 of Tom Weiss. They go down the back straightaway. Weiss now battling to keep that second spot as he could be under threat quickly from the 9 of Ronnie Cox and the 23 of Steve Parker. Weiss going to have to make sure that he can hang on to that second spot. He will. Steven Hendrickson out in command of this one so far, but the battle in back behind him is for second place. You see it on the Skagit Speedway double box. They go into turn number 1. Your leaders on the left side, that's Steven Hendrickson, and the race for second on the right side. Weiss has it, he's continuing to pull away as Cox now feeling a little bit of pressure from Parker in the 23. Parker slips up on entry and allows Cox to pull away out of corner number 2 and down the back straightaway. Field getting spread out around the Skagit Speedway. Steven Hendrickson in controls. We're halfway home in heat race number 2. Tom Weiss in second. Ronnie Cox in third. Steve Parker 4. Kira Zylstra 5. Zan Miller 6. Piper Harless 7th. And Dustin Gehring would be 8th. All right, I don't see the 51 out there. He did make the initial start with Dustin Gehring not out there on the track anymore. Steven Hendrickson will see the white flag this time by one more time around the Skagit Speedway for him. A commanding lead that's almost a straightaway and over a straightaway, really, over the 8 of Tom Weiss. Hendrickson, your defending winner, looking to go for another one tonight. He's on his way to it. Out of corner number 4, put your hands together. Steven Hendrickson picks up the win in heat race number 2. Tom Weiss in second, Ronnie Cox in third, Steve Parker 4, and Kira Zylstra rounds out your top 5. But Steven Hendrickson has punched his way to a front row starting spot in heat race number 2. Front row starting spot in tonight's A main. Make that here in heat race number 2. Well, race fans, if you're looking for a place to stay, play, have some fun when the High Limit Sprint Car Series comes to town, we've got a place for you, the Skagit Casino.
Looking for the ultimate escape? Entertainment is our game at the Skagit Casino Resort. Play your way with thrilling games, live entertainment, fantastic dining options, and relaxing hotels. Come discover all the excitement at the Skagit Casino Resort.
The Skagit Valley Casino.
Final sports sprint car heat race about to push off onto the racing surface. Another 8 cars for 8 laps. Trying to make their way into the A main, and they want to avoid the B main. However, some cars will have to go there with the size of the field that we have tonight. Here's how we'll line up heat race number 3. On the pole, at Snohomish, Washington, your points leader so far, that's the 88 of Jaden Whitney. Tis outside. Out of Cedro, Woolley, Washington, the 44J, it's Jalen Serrano. Row number 2 features the 70 of Macy Logston out of Mount Vernon, and the 4 from Ferndale, it's Allie Johnson. Row number 3, the 37 of Sean Wallenfels Jr., and the 45 of Jackson Stratton. Rapid Roy Blumenhagen in the 72R, and Ryder Shiflett in the 2 make up row number 4, starting 7th and 8th on the field this evening. Well, as the sun sets behind the trees here at Skagit Speedway, it will start to cool down. I know it's still in the 80s, but we have souvenir hoodies over in the souvenir stand, so if you find yourself getting a little chilly tonight, don't worry. You can go check out the souvenir stand. We've got all your hoodies over there. Plus, get your cameras out because the sunsets here at Skagit Speedway are absolutely beautiful. And if you take a picture that you like and you want to share it with us, please do that. You can find us on any social media platform like Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook at Skagit Speedway. Tag us, show us your picture, show us where you're sitting tonight in the grandstands, and hey, just maybe you'll make your way and to be featured on the Skagit Speedway page. Also, just follow along. Weekly, we'll post results during the night. We've got fun events and contests going on, so you'll really want to be involved in following us on any of our social media platforms at Skagit Speedway. Lights go out for the 3rd and final heat race. Jaden Whitney, Jalen Serrano, Macy Logston, Allie Johnson, Sean Wallenfels Jr., Jackson Stratton, Roy Blumenhagen, and Ryder Shiflett, your 8 cars to go 8 times around the Skagit Speedway. Rolling into corner number 3. Whitney looking for the chalk stripe in corner number 4. Green flag flies, and a great start for the 44J. And Jalen Serrano, she shoots the lead, tucks to the bottom to cut Jaden Whitney off and fall back to second. He does. Jalen Serrano shoots to the lead and looks to lead lap number 1. She does. Serrano leads the opening lap around Skagit Speedway. Whitney in second, Macy Logston in third, Allie Johnson 4, Jackson Stratton 5, Wallenfels 6, Roy Blumenhagen 7, and Shiflett in 8th. That's the 45 of Stratton and the 37 of Wallenfels Jr. battling for the 5th spot on the track. Stratton has it down the back straightaway, but here comes Sean Wallenfels Jr. looking to go top to the bottom, has to get out of it. Stratton gets on the berm, and he pulls away. Ryder Shiflett looking at the back of the 72R of Rapid Roy Blumenhagen as we're halfway home. Cross flags thrown in heat race number 3. Serrano with a really good start has led them all so far. Jaden Whitney has not found a way to get close or find a way to get back by her. Macy Logston has moved up nicely into the 3rd position. Serrano just turning lap times and trying to be as perfect as she can around the Skagit Speedway that uses the bottom to her advantage and can grow her lead over Jaden Whitney. White flag flies for Serrano one more time around. Whitney 2nd, Logston 3rd, Allie Johnson 4th, Jackson Stratton your top 5. Through corner number 3 and off of corner number 4, Jalen Serrano picks up the win in 3rd and final sports sprint car heat race. Nice job. Congrats to her. Jane Whitney comes home second. Macy Logston third. Allison Johnson fourth. And Jackson Stratton rounds out your fifth and final spot in the third and final Sports to Sprint Car heat race of the evening. So Justin Jacobson picks up the win in heat race number 1. Steven Hendrickson the win in heat race number 2. And Jalen Serrano picks up the win in the third and final heat race.
It's time for the 360 Sprint Cars, first of 2 heat races for them. 7 cars, 8 laps, everybody into the A main event. Pole position for heat race number 1, it's the 33 of Colton Heath out of Marysville. To his outside, it's the 26 of Levi Hillier out of Burlington. Second row's Tanner Holm out of Monroe, the 66 from the inside, and to his outside, Trey Starks, our quick qualifier in car number 55. Jordan Milne out of Edmonton in the 3, Levi Kuntz out of Carnation in the 29K, and Ashley Johnson in the 0 out of Siege Roll Woolley, starting 7th. 7th cars, going for 8 laps, our first heat race for the 360s. Field is set. 2 360 Sprint Car heat races. We'll follow that up with the Midgets and then the 410s in that order. Turn the lights out on the Ford Bronco Ford Performance Pace vehicle here at Skagit Speedway. So let's bring some of the thunder down. Heath and Hillier. Holm and Starks from the first couple of rows. Heat race number 1 underway. Trying to get down and close the door on Colton. He'll do so. He skitters across the middle groove. Starks was looking to his inside, trying to make the pass. It is Hillier on lap number 1. Stretching out to the advantage. As caution lights are on around the racetrack. So we've got one stopped here at the exit of the 4th corner. It's the 3 of Jordan Milne. Milne to a stop. Push truck will roll in behind him. We'll see how scoring wants to do this. See if we get a complete restart, and that's what it looks like. So Heath's going to have the awareness now of what Hillier tried to do to him. Let's see how hard he fights to keep Levi from coming all the way down across racetrack to steal that bottom lane through 1 and 2. Milne was the only car who didn't cross. So Heath and Hillier, round number 2. The 33 and the 26, the 66 of Holm, the 55 of Starks, 29 of Kuntz, 0 of Johnson. Milne refired on the 3 car. Complete restart. See what Colton does different. We're green. This time it is Heath getting a better start and coming up half a groove. This time Hillier rolls through the high side, trying to cut down to the bottom of turn number 3 with Starks on him. But Heath with the lead, Hillier 2, Starks in the 3rd spot. Starks can get to the lead here in the heat race and start on the pole of the main event. He'll shoot underneath Hillier and take the position, but we're all off the gas again as the 3 car of Jordan Milne. This time, stopping on the front straightaway, that is his 2nd caution, and he will be done for this heat race. 2 cautions that are deemed your fault. Finishes your race for whatever individual race you are on at that point. Yellow came out before Milne crossed once again. And so, side-by-side start, round number 3. Well, let's see how the equation changes on the 3rd try. 1 to Hillier, 1 to Heath. 3rd restart. Green out. We got the left front up onto the apron, and it looks similar to the first time, with Hillier getting him from the high groove. Colton will go up top, try to run him back down, and Starks in 3rd. By Hillier, your leader, in front of Colton Heath. Everybody has crossed the start and finish line this time, so officially have a lap. Heath 2, Starks 3, Holm, Kuntz. Racing for 4th and 5th with some distance between them. Take a look at it. Levi Hillier. Car handling well, picking up some pretty good lap times at halfway point here on our first heat race. Three to go for Levi. If he can win this heat race, he will start somewhere in the top 6 of our 8-main event tonight. Heath and Starks just need to finish in the current positions that we're in to maintain the same status. So they'll also have a chance to start somewhere within the top 6. 1 to go. To the checkered flag and give the win to Levi Hillier. 2nd to Gold, the 3rd Trey Starks, 4th to Tanner Holm, and 5th to Levi Kuntz. Hillier wins. Heat race 2 coming out next. Second heat race of the night on deck. You get a look at the developing gorgeous Skagit Speedway sunset coming through. Don't forget, High Limit on their way next weekend here at Skagit Speedway. The Kubota High Limit Racing Series for the Skagit Nationals. We'll have Fan Fest on Saturday from 2 to 4. Drivers interviews, driver merch available, and more right outside here in the parking lot. Our pre-race show with Eric List and myself. Going to have Rico Abreu, Tanner Holmes, Trey Starks, and more. Justin Peck will be out there. Brad Sweet. It'll be a great time. Hope you guys will join us. Pre-race show and Fan Fest Saturday, 2 o'clock at the parking lot next weekend here at Skagit Speedway. Kai Dixon on the pole for heat race number 2 out of Maple Ridge, BC. Bill Rood will be next to him out of Mount Vernon in the 33R. The second row will be Peyton Drake in car number 10 out of Everson, and to his outside, the 18 of Jason Solwall. Third row's Levi Klatt in the 77. Dustin Gary in the 51 starts next to him. See if Cam Smith got the rear axle fixed up in the 17 car. He is scheduled to go off in the 7th spot. Lineup confirmed as correct. Smith does make the call, so they got that car all replaced, fixed up, and good to go. Now we'll see if he can rally forward on the field. Cars that you pass here in the heat race are cars you do not have to pass in the main event. As your heat race finish goes to determine the A-main lineup start. Coming off the corner, we're green. Dixon and Rude. Good race between youth and veteeranism. Down the back straightaway. Dixon really tossing that car hard to get into the corner. But fast enough for the lead early. It's Dixon, Rude, Solwall and Drake 1 through 4 with Smith already up to 5th. Let's see if Cam can get by Peyton Drake here. As, oh, we've got contact. That's Jason Solwall. Solwall around to the front straightaway. Yellow lights will fly. Now, Solwall is the quick qualifier in this heat race. Has a chance, or had a chance, to start in the top 6 in the A main event, but he's got to get back into the top 5 of this heat. Meanwhile, Klatt into the infield in the 77. On the back of a push truck already is Levi. And he's already taken his gloves off, so something wrong on the Klatt car as he was pulling in on the back straightaway. So here's the high benefit for Solwall. Now he's only going to have to get around one more car to get back into a position to make the redraw. Rough for Levi Klatt as his heat race looks done. So 6 will remain. Solwall to the back. He's just got to clip off 1 for a chance at the redraw. There's a look at Jason at the back of the field. Dixon, Rude, Drake, Smith, and Gehring. Smith would have to get up to the lead to make the redraw in this. So he's got a little ways to go, but we're only 2 in as the Interstate Batteries outrageously dependable restart zone and back straightaway comes into play. We're green as there's Drake now. Looking for opportunity to get around Rude. Smith down to the bottom, shows him a nose. Smith trying to continue his march to the front of the field. As Drake Drake ahead of him, low on Rude once again. Bill Rude, Peyton Drake. Rude up high, Drake down low. Shows him the tire, and we have got one stopped. It's Dustin Gehring at the bottom of turn number 4. So Gehring stopped. That means an automatic pass for Solwald back into the top 5. You can see that car kind of locked up in the back. And Dustin comes back to life. Well, Gehring fires to the back of the field. He goes. Five laps to go. Kai Dixon, Bill Rude, Peyton Drake putting big pressure on Rude before that last caution. Back to green flag action. Dixon restarts. Good run for Kai as he holds the bottom and stretches the advantage. 4-second Cam Smith as Drake is rolling to a stop on the back straightaway, and hello, yellow flag again. So Drake to a stop. Safety crew out to him. Back at the push truck for Peyton. And he fires back off and gets going. What a weird heat race. Multiple times drivers have come to a stop and just fired back off and good to go. Kai Dixon, Bill Rude, Cam Smith. Again, Smith needs to get, I believe, to the pole. He needs to win this if he's going to move on to the redraw. So he's got 2 more spots to go. 5 laps to do it. Lights are off. Dixon was restarting, or thought he was. Field doesn't take off with him. So in that green paint area that you've got on the back straightaway, you can go as early as the green paint begins. You have to clear the orange cone at the end of the green paint. Once you clear the end of the orange cone and the end of the green paint, you can change lines, you can advance your position, whatever it is that you want to do. Dixon waiting and hopes to see the signal the next time around. Rude's giving him a lot of gap. And this time they'll get it coming off the corner. Dixon, Rude, Smith, Solwald, Gehring, Drake. Bill still giving Kai a lot of space. Let's see if he's trying to wrap it up and make a run. Kai times it up pretty good, though. So we're back to green. There's Solwald to the inside of Smith. Smith trying to make the move on Bill Rude for second. And through 1 and 2, Smith high, Solwald low, Rude the meat in the middle of the sandwich. And Smith's got the spot. We're halfway. Now, can he run down and pass Kai Dixon? Solwald looking for third. He's got it. So the question now is, can Smith catch and pass Dixon and go from 7th to 1 and make the redraw? It is Dixon. I'll get the bottom of the speedway in 1 and 2 with 2 laps to go. Smith straight away behind him, has not made ground. Needs a caution if anything's going to happen, so we're down to 1 to go. One hell of a rally for Cam Smith, but just 1 spot short, as it will be Dixon taking the win. Smith 2, Solwald 3. We have got the CGE Garage Midgets coming up next. Multiple heat races on the docket for them. Winners at the Kids Club tonight are Emma Allred, Anna Stratton, Olivia Stemme, Abby Ellis, Cameron Davis, Eleanor Klassen, Avery Nichols, Aubrey Holmqvist, Vivi Ellis, Charlotte Manley, James Plug, Charlie Parks, David Klassen, Wyatt Donaldson, Kaysen Plug, Goose Manley, Ellis Parks, Mason Massengale, Nash Kalitz, and Corbin Rasmussen. You are our winners at the Kids Club tonight here at Skagit Speedway. CGE Garage Midgets are coming up. 3 heat races for them. First heat race will feature the 17M of Seth Hespy and the 71 of Jonathan Jorgensen. Second heat row is the 24 of Nick Evans and the 7S of Shane Smith. Row number 3 is the 41 of Ashley Thompson, the 90C of Stuart Milner, and row number 4 is Cookie Carlson's 18 and Dave Mills' 39. So it is a family affair here for the Smith family. 17M is owned by Denny and Deanne Smith. It's mom and dad DeShane Smith, who's driving the 7S tonight, whose new wife, Ashley Thompson, sits in the inside of row number 3. So Shane's dad, the car owner on the 17M, he, the driver of the 7S, his wife, the driver of the 41. All interconnected. We are ready for the heat race start. Hespy down low, Jorgensen up high. We are green. Good start for Jorgensen, who works his way around the outside. You can see Smith following suit. He'll roll to the outside of the 17M, his car that he won with last night at Deming Speedway. Smith's got second, looking for the lead. Sticks a nose underneath Jorgensen, but can't make the pass. Jorgensen into the middle. Smith trying to bury it down low, out of the corner, and advance forward. Can't do it yet. Jorgensen comes from that middle groove to low and cuts off the path. Jorgensen, Smith, Hespy 1 through 3, Evans 4, Thompson 5. That's Milner in the 90 car, who sits in position number 6. lead still on. Smith hiking the left front of that 7S car up and in the air, getting into the corner. Really buries it hard on the right rear coming through. Bob and Lori Scott, SRS Motorsports Machine, your points leader here at Skagit Speedway. Takes a run at Jorgensen through 1 and 2, can't make the pass. Jorgensen in the Meade Irwin Motorsports car that's hosted a lot of talented drivers in it over the years. Travis Jacobson, Jamie Barnes, Brian Murphy amongst the drivers who have piloted the 71 car over the course of the years. Jonathan, the former series champion, is the one who's drawn driving duties here. So we're down to 1 lap to go. Checker flag is coming. Jorgensen fending off one more big run from Smith, and he will win the first heat race. Smith 2, Hesby 3, Evans 4, Thompson 5. Just like that, we'll get ready for heat race number 2. But first, we got to remind you, coming up next weekend, High Limit Fan Fest is on the way. The High Limit Racing Series, the Kubota High Limit Racing Series, going to be in the house here at Skagit.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, August 28, 29, and 30. It's the Skagit Nationals, featuring the Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series at Skagit Speedway. It's $126,000 to win. The High Rollers are coming to take on our Skagit superheroes. Get your tickets now at SkagitSpeedway.com. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, August 28, 29, and 30 at Skagit Speedway.
Midget's heat race features the 90 of Brian Holmqvist and the 64M of Stephen Massengale. Second row is the 50 of Chad Kincaid and the 32 of Alex Peck. Doug Davenport and the 8D and the 53 of Chris Court are in row number 3. And row number 4 should be the 17 of Kyle Hansen and the 58 of J.D. Lewis. 8 cars, 8 laps. Midget heat numero dos. Slow pace for these drivers down the back straightaway. Holmqvist and Massengale, your lead 2. And that's not gonna stick. Big ol' wheel stand from Chad Kincaid. Well, still got one car slowing here on the front straightaway, but yeah, caution's coming out. That was no bueno. All right, get this lineup together. Holmqvist has gone all the way to the back and has not retaken his spot up in the front of the field. Massengale in the 64. Still sits up front. There's Kincaid, who pulled that massive wheel stand. Had a chance to talk with Chad a little bit yesterday, as he's looking to possibly figure out a way to get back to the Chili Bowl Nationals at some point in time. He'll now swing to the outside of Massengale, so the front row, Massengale and Kincaid. Peck in the 32, Court in the 53. Kyle Hansen in the 17 is in the row behind them with J.D. Lewis. And then the 90 of Holmqvist. So we've lost the 8D of Davenport. Lights out on the Ford Performance Ford Bronco, our pace vehicle here at Skagit Speedway. Green is out. That's a much cleaner looking start for Massengale. Get to the bottom of turn number 1, little hippity hop into the turn, but finds forward drive as Kincaid trying to shield position 2 away from Peck in the 32 car. Peck trying to get down underneath Kincaid. Kincaid's got second though. Let's see if he can wrap it up into a nice little present and hang on to it, because Massengale is getting a long ways away from him out in front of the field. 64X looking solid as he completes lap number 2. Kincaid, Peck, Court, and Holmqvist. 1 through 5 as Brian has picked up a couple of spots back already. There is Peck looking down low on Kincaid. Had an angle on him coming off the bottom of 4. Takes a wide entrance into the first turn. Down the back straight away. Diamonds the corner off and tries to slide in down low, but nothing there. Kincaid just fast enough and not missing his marks to hold on to the second spot. All these cars on the exact same engine package. So if you're going to build more speed, you've got to do it with handle, correct choice of racing line, and lowering your rolling resistance with things like high-end bearings and lower rotating weight where possible. Massengale, 2 to go, looking really nice. It's a long ways away from Kincaid and Peck. One more time around for Stephen Massengale. Peck, one more look to the inside of Kincaid. Chad turns him away in 1 and 2. As Massengale fly into the heat race win. Nice job, Stephen Massengale. The checkered flag, second, close, but it ends up being Kincaid, then Peck, Court, and then Holmqvist. Third heat race due up next for the CGE Garage Midgets.
We have sponsored race cars in the past, and we got into advertising with the Speedway, thinking that it would send more advertising from local community, and that's what our purpose is. We're here to serve our local community. I like the closeness to our company. I enjoy taking the kids to the races and the loud roar of the engines.
And a big thank you once again to All Phase for being here with us. That's why they're at Skagit Speedway. We greatly appreciate them being here for their race evening as Midget Heat Race number 3 is on track. Piece of debris coming out of the raceway. Michael Volbrecht's got the pole for this one in the 4 car. Randy Schaff is the 23. Ryan Orchard the 32. The 41 is Brad Pritchard. Tom Beck in the 91, Todd Hartman in the 21, And it is a father-son affair in this one, as Andrew Pritchard in the 37 on track with his dad. So the 41 and the 37, that is father-son, starting 4th and 7th. And dads out there, if you have ever wanted to just pummel your kid with a Nerf bar and a race car, you might want to live vicariously through Brad right now. And kids out there who have ever wanted to do better than dear old dad, watch 37 and see if he can catch up to the 41. We're green. Volbrecht down on the bottom. Schaff in the 23. Brad Pritchard, a really nice start. Randy Schaff has got a nice line around the outside. And Schaff is your leader in a good battle with the 4. Randy takes the lead. Volbrecht down low, trying not to let him get too far out. Pritchard 3, Orchard 4. Hartman 5 on the opening lap. Now, Schaff's a little tight. You see that car having to get some big counter steer in at the center of the corner to get rotating through the turn. He settled it down now. Meanwhile, 4th, 3rd. It's a good battle developing in behind him. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Volbrecht, Orchard, and Pritchard getting after it. Orchard picking up 2 feature wins over Dirt Cup weekend, his preliminary night and the championship night. He's gone off into the middle groove, and he's looking for room to get around Michael Volbrecht. Down low goes Orchard, showing him the right rear, and Volbrecht kind of fighting the 4 car here tonight. Ryan Orchard will move up and pass, and he's got 2nd. 5 laps in, 3 to go. Schaff, Orchard now trying to close on him. Volbrecht and Pritchard is Pritchard now. Call it 2 car lengths, maybe a little less, behind Volbrecht. He's got a good line through 3 and 4. A veteran of the division in Volbrecht, veteran of Skagit Speedway in Pritchard. Brad a little tight through 1 and 2, lost some ground. 1 to go for Randy Schaff. Back straight away for the final time. Schaff should win this final midget heat race. And he'll take the checkered flag. Orchard a strong 2nd, Volbrecht 3rd, Brad Pritchard 4th, Todd Hartman, Tom Beck, and Andrew Pritchard. .410 Sprint Car Heat Races due up next. Again, non-points night for the 410s. Just a chance for them to get some laps in a competitive environment before next weekend's Kubota High Limit Racing Series, taking on the Skagit Nationals. On all-phase heating and air conditioning night. All-phase heating and AC.com. If you guys are melting tomorrow afternoon in the continued hot temperatures, log on, Allphase Heating and AC.com, and find out the options to make life a little more comfortable. The guys at Allphase Heating and Air Conditioning can get the job done for you. Again, Allphase Heating and AC.com.
Well, 410 sprint cars hit the track. We have 6 of them here for exhibition competition. They'll go 8 laps in their heat race and anywhere from about 15 to 20 laps in their main event tonight. So their main event will be lined straight up on how they finish here in this heat race. They hot lapped and qualified at the same time. So here's how we'll line up the one and only heat race for the 410s and the exhibition race, just again allowing these guys to get some laps in since they've been off for really over a month and a half almost since last racing at Skagit Speedway. Trey Starks on the pole, the TNC Concepts 55 out of Puyallup. And to his outside, the 1C, the Leah Brown Red Devil Racing. That's Colton Heath out of Marysville. Row 2, Justin Youngquist, Ground Zero Gymnastics, Piazza Construction, number 95. And Colin Mackey in the 7 Little O, DeBoer & Sons Custom Farming Equipment, PDR Marine Fabrication. Cam Smith, Quick Time Espresso 17, starts 5th. In the 95R of Diamondback Shooting Range, Dan Reynolds in your 6th and final spot. So 8 laps, 6 cars. Again, this will be how they will line up their A main tonight. 15 to 20 laps, purely an exhibition race, no points on the line. The purse is 60% of a normal 410 purse, so about $3 grand to win tonight. Still want to give these drivers something for putting wear and tear and time on their equipment, but just a smaller field allowing the drivers to run a 410, make sure their car feels up to snuff before next weekend's big race, the Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series with the Skagit Nationals, $126,000 to win. If you haven't got your tickets yet, you can get them online at SkagitSpeedway.com. Lights go out. It's Starks, Heath, Youngquist, Mackey, Smith, and Reynolds. Your 6 cars here for the 410 heat race. A special edition into corner number 3, Trey Starks, Colton Heath. The cloud pedal in corner number 4, green flag flies. Colin Mackey looking to the outside of Justin Youngquist early. He'll go up high, loses spot to Cam Smith on the exit corner number 2. Trey Starks to the lead quickly, pulling away from Colton Heath in behind him. Starks just quick time in the 360 and quick time in the 410. And now settles in around the high side of Skagit Speedway on cruise control early. Heath runs 2nd, Youngquist 3rd, Smith 4, and Mackey 5. Cam Smith slowly creeping into Justin Youngquist, but the 410 spread out here around the Skagit Speedway. They'll be halfway home, this time under the flag strand. Trey Starks 4 in, 4 to go. Easy breezy flying around Skagit Speedway is Trey Starks. Heath, Youngquist, Smith, and Mackey your top 5. Dan Reynolds in the 6th spot. And their A main will be lined up on heat race finishing order. And yellow flag flies. We've got one stopped over in corner number 3. That's the 95R of Cam Smith. So we'll re-rack them, re-stack them. 6 laps in, 2 laps to go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're feeling groggy, don't worry. We've got plenty to keep you energized, like Monster energy drinks, NOS energy drinks, Coca-Cola products, or water. Because staying hydrated, even though the sun is down, it is still warm outside, is important. And again, a good sweet treat after you've had some food, some ice cream here at Skagit Speedway, SpongeBob popsicles, Shirley Temple ice cream sticks, a whole bunch of goodies at our concession stands here at Skagit Speedway. Super yummy in your tummy. Get a push truck behind the 95R of Dan Reynolds. We'll wait for the field to go by before we refire him off and let him tag the back. And we'll get Dan Reynolds pushed. Dan Reynolds pushed. And refired.
Eric, I have to tell you, my dinner tonight was not the healthiest dinner.
Okay.
I went to the North Concession stand, and I ordered the SpongeBob ice cream treat.
Okay.
And I ate SpongeBob's face. And it was
the kids
fantastic.
are now traumatized. Okay.
No children were harmed in my eating of SpongeBob's face.
SpongeBob was, though.
So if you guys want SpongeBob's face, just go to the North Concession and say, I'd like to eat SpongeBob's face, and they'll sell that to you.
Well, green flag goes back in the Fort Sand Heat race. 2 laps to go. Cam Smith goes 3 wide off corner number 4. That's the race for the 3rd spot. Justin Youngquist, Colton Heath, and Cam Smith don't want to wad anything up here in a heat race. They slowly spread themselves back out. Youngquist looking at the bottom. Mackey looking to get by Smith. White flag flies one more time around. Again, big money picture, guys, next weekend. Just an exhibition race. Trace Darks through corner number 4. Checkered flag flies. He picks up the win in the one and only Fort Sand Heat race. Colton Heath in 2nd. Justin Youngquist 3rd. Cam Smith 4. Colin Mackey 5. And Dan Reynolds in 6th. Well, that will conclude heat race action here at the Skagit Speedway. We have B main scheduled. You can see the sports sprint cars rolling into the staging area out back. They should be our only B main tonight. So we get our push trucks out back and a sports sprint car B main in a minute.
My favorite part about all-phase heating and air conditioning is the family atmosphere that we provide to all of our employees. This weekend we will be having a camp out at Skagit Speedway with a crab boil for all our families and friends to enjoy themselves at the races. Skagit Speedway made it very inviting for our company to come there with ease of camping out and closeness to the races, and a great way to entertain our families.
Well, a big thank you and welcome to All Phase here on All Phase Heating Air Conditioning Night at Skagit Speedway. You can see them sitting over in Section F in their specialty made orange t-shirts for tonight. Very cool t-shirts. We appreciate them spending their evening with us. And again, if you want to do something like All Phase, we can hook you up. Email us at info@skagitspeedway.com. Call us, talk to us, and we would love to hook you and your group up for a special night at Skagit Speedway. Well, Sportsman Sprint Car B main will go 12 laps in distance tonight. We've got 9 cars. We'll take 5 to take the rear of the A main. Here's how we'll line them up. The 27 out of Carver, Washington is Garrell Powers. He'll start on the pole with Zan Miller in the 23X out of Olympia to his outside. Row number 2 from Stanwood, Washington. It's the 37 of Sean Wallenfels Jr. and the 09 of Piper Harless from Arlington. Rapid Roy Blumenhagen and Tanner Merritt, the 72R and the 36, make up row number 3. Ryder Shiflett in the 2 from Ephrata, and Dustin Gehring in the 51 from Oak Harbor in row 4. Cole Button shown in the 5th and final row all by himself. Attention, Danielle Johnson to will call, please. If we could get Danielle Johnson to will call. Will call is over near the south entrance of Skagit Speedway Right behind the concession stand with the ticket windows. Danielle Johnson to will call, please. Field assembles in side-by-side running order behind the Ford Performance Ford Bronco Pace vehicle. So again, 12 laps will take the top 5 to take the end of tonight's A main. This is the Sportsman Sprint Car B main. Garrell Powers, Zan Miller, Sean Wallenfels Jr., Piper Harless, Roy Blumenhagen, Tanner Merritt, Ryder Shiflett, Dustin Gehring, and Cole Button shown. Your 9 cars to go 12 times around. Just working on getting Powers up to his proper spot on the front row, and then we'll move Zan Miller to go to his outside. And once we do that, by my untrained, unofficial, non-scoring eye, we're pretty close. Despite being up here in the timing and scoring booth, I am unofficial, and our wonderful timing and scoring group off to my right will do a great job making sure they're all lined up and ready to go. Well, lights go out on the Ford Performance Ford Bronco Pace vehicle, pulls into the infield, and now it's in the hands of the 27 of Garrell Powers, Zan Miller, Sean Wallenfels, Piper Harless, Rapid, Roy Blumenhagen, Tanner Merritt, rolling to corner number 3, the chalk striping corner number 4, green flag. Garrell Powers slow to go. He'll fall back 2 spots. Zan Miller and Piper Harless and Sean Wallenfels Jr. all getting around, and now potentially he could quickly lose that final transfer spot. Will take top 5 if Powers continues to fall back. That's the race for the second spot. Piper Harless and Wallenfels waging war. Harless has it down the back straightaway as she pulls to a car length advantage on Sean Wallenfels Jr. through turns 3 and 4. The battle in behind them, Powers just throwing out the anchor and falling back. He's losing the transfer spot. Remember, top 5 will transfer right now. Ryder Shiflett has it in the 5th and final transfer spot with Tanner Merritt right in front of him. Powers going to have to find the power to get about or back around Ryder Shiflett or Merritt, depending if Shiflett moves up. Zan Miller in easy command of this one so far, opening up to about a half a straightaway lead over Piper Harless in the 09. Wallenfels keeping toe with Harless, dives it into 3 to the bottom. Gets a little closer on the exit corner number 4, but not enough to make a move as they go back through turns 1 and 2. Every position gained here in the B main, if you're in one of those top 5 transfer spots, is a position you don't have to gain in the A main, so making it uber important to try to move forward. Wallenfels to the bottom, looking to get by Piper Harless. Harless up high, Wallenfels down low, down the back straightaway. Harless has the advantage. Wallenfels goes right back to work in corner number 3. Harless shuts the door and pulls back away down the front straightaway. And that's the race for the second spot between the 09 of Piper Harless and the blue car, blue 37 of Sean Wallenfels Jr. Jr. looks to the bottom, He could pull even with her into turn number 1. Wallenfels looking for a slide jump. Harless trying to drive around the outside, wheel to wheel down the back straightaway. Into corner number 3, Sean Wallenfels Jr. feeds her a little bit of a right rear and gets by. They make contact. Can Piper Harless find her way back around Wallenfels? Sandmiller into lap traffic. Gets around Button shown and will work her way around Dustin Gehring. So 2 lap cars now between your leader and second place. 10 laps in, 2 laps to go. Here in the B main, top 5 transfers. That's Miller, Wallenfels, Harless, Ryder Shiflett, and Tanner Merritt in your top 5. White flag. One more time around for Zan Miller in the 23X. Down the back straightaway. And through corner 3 and off of corner number 4. Zan Miller picks up the win in the B main. Sean Wallenfels Jr. second, Piper Harless third, Ryder Shiflett 4, and Tanner Merritt in 5th. B main cars will have to hurry. Sports Sprint Car A main, the first thing on the docket to go 25 laps. So add some fuel, maybe a couple turns here and there, depending how you want, and then get ready to go for the A main.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the night where we queue up the Run Good Life car race on the big screen. You know how it works. We take bets on these cars for recreational purposes only. We're keeping season standings as well. The red car has not had a great year. It's behind. It's only got a couple of feature wins on the season. And frankly, the Race Redeem Foundation blue car is only one ahead of it. The red's got 2. The blue has got 3. Now, the Banana Wagon has 5 feature wins on the year, and it's in a solid second, but this has been the year of the Picklemobile with 7 feature wins. So green's got 7, yellow's got 5, blue's got 3, and red has got 2. It's time for you to pick your favorite, put your bets down with your friends. This is brought to you by Run Good Life on YouTube. Run Good Life on the YouTube channel. Surf them up. Pack breaks, box breaks, and more. All at Run Good Life on YouTube. YouTube.com/RunGoodLife. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, the Skagit Speedway car race starts right meow. Skagit Speedway all-phase heating and air conditioning night at the track. Organizations partner with Fastenal to simplify and secure the supply chain for a vast range of industrial products. By executing daily needs and optimizing supply chain performance, Fastenal, we help our business partners create more value more efficiently. Well, the main events are coming up next. Sportsman Sprint Car A main is up. This is your last call for 50/50 raffle tickets. 50/50 last call, benefiting the Critters Pet Rescue Foundation. Next Thursday night starts the quest for the biggest payday for the Kubota High Limit Racing Series. $126,000 to win coming up Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The Skagit Nationals on there. What in the... We have a blinky hair thing. Where in the world? All right. Well, that's new. Oh, yeah, that's way better. I like it. Complete with the ear protection and the blinkety, almost like Medusa hair follicle thing. That's pretty cool. It's right in front of me here in the Jim Raper grandstand section. Eric List, your mic is live, sir. Try not to get mugged out there. You've got Emma for protection. That helps.
All right, Skagit Speedway, we're coming to you. We're going to stay where they are. We're making our way from Section A all the way to Section G with some T-shirts. So stay where you are, make some noise, get loud. And if you want a T-shirt, get Emma's attention, get our Trophy Queen's attention. Oh, they need some more maybe. I should give them a couple more. We can get Carson with the wireless camera, see how good he is at multitasking. But stay where you are. We're coming to you. We've got T-shirts, but we want to give it to the loudest fans here at Skagit Speedway. Are you having some fun? Let's hear you with some T-shirts, Skagit. Woo! There we go. That's what I like to hear. We've got some T-shirts. Hey. Make some noise. Get loud. Show your Skagit Speedway pride.
Me. Up here. I'm loud. I'm even waving at you. Me.
There we go. All right. We'll keep dishing out the T-shirts. We've got a couple more left. We want to hear you. Hope you're having fun. Thank you for choosing your Saturday with Skagit Speedway. All right, Section E, we're making our way to you. We've got a couple T-shirts. Let's hear you get loud for the Trophy Queens, and maybe they'll get you a T-shirt. Woo, come on. There we go, Section D. All right, we'll get one more, Section D. There you go. Oh, so close. I like it. All right. Kids in the grass, stay where you are. We're coming to you. Give each other plenty of space and be kind to each other. Section F. All phase. Here we go. We're coming to you now. I like what I'm hearing. There we go. What a throw, Blake. All right, let's get some into the grass section. All the kids, who wants a T-shirt? Go farther back. She wants you to go. So get you with a T-shirt. Come on. Here we go. Go deep. There's the throw. Please be careful. Don't trample each other. Please be careful. Hey, whoever at first. Hey. Please, careful, guys. Come on. Hey, it's okay. We can all have one T-shirt. It's okay. Please be kind to each other. It's okay. It's one T-shirt. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Eric List also spends his spare time babysitting and conflict management, so be sure to see him after the races to sublet his services.
I'm not offering. All right, Section G. Here we go. We've got 2 T-shirts left. Spread out. Watch how many do we got? We got 3 T-shirts left. Make some noise. There we go, rowdy section. All right, let's do a competition here quickly. Now, I think this might be a little bit weighted to Section G, but Section G, make noise. All right, grass section, make some noise. Section D, make noise. All right, well, we've got cars pushing. Thank you, guys. It's evening time here at Skagit Speedway.
Sportsman sprint cars to the racetrack for their main event. 25 laps. We'll go Sportsman main midgets, 360s, and then 410s in that order. Don't forget, nothing goes better than sprint cars and beer. Lines at the beer garden are short. Be sure to grab yourself an ice cold something to drink. As the Sportsman sprint cars getting ready to give you 25 laps around of a good time here at Skagit Speedway.
It's time for the Sportsman Sprint Car A main. 25 laps for 20 cars here at Skagit Speedway. We'll get you their lineup in a moment. Row number 1 will line up like this. Out of Stanwood, Washington, the 22J, it's Justin Jacobson. Steven Hendrickson is outside, and the 13 makes up row 1. Row 2, the 44J and the 17, that's Jalen Serrano and Dana Glenn. Tom Weiss, Jane Whitney, row number 3, the battle of the 8s, the 8 and the 88. Row 4. Peyton Drake in the 73 and the 9 of Ronnie Cox. Macy Logston, Alden Ostrom round out the top 10 in row number 5. Steve Parker, Allie Johnson, the 23 and the 4 in row number 6. Tony Bundy, the 57 and the 21Z of Kira Zylstra, 13th and 14th. Jackson Stratton was your last lock-in. Here's your B main cars in one moment. Starting 16th, outside of Jackson Stratton, your winner of the B main is the 23X of Zan Miller. Sean Wallenfels Jr. and Piper Harless make up row number 9, 17th, and 18th. Ryder Shiflett and Tanner Merritt, the 2 and the 36, round out your 20 car field here tonight. we'll get our remaining push trucks into the infield and get the field all squared away in their proper running order. It'll be Justin Jacobson, Steven Hendrickson on your front row, Jalen Serrano, the 44J, in the 17, and Dana Glenn in row number 2. Tom Weiss, Jane Whitney, the 8, and the 88 make up row number 3. Peyton Drake and Ronnie Cox, the 73 and the 9 in row 4. Macy Logson on Ostrom, 70 and the 19, row 5. Steve Parker and Allison Johnson roll off 11th and 12th in the 23 and the 4. Tony Bundy, Kara Zilstra, and Jackson Stratton, your top 15. And your final cars, your top 5 who had to transfer from the B main, making up 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Kira Zilstra, Sean Wallenfels, Piper Harless, Ryder Shiflett, and Tanner Merritt, your 20-car field for 20 times around the Skagit Speedway. Lights go out on the Ford Performance Ford Bronco Pace vehicle field in the hands of the 22J of Jessen Jacobson, Steven Hendrickson, Jalen Serrano, Dana Glenn, Tom Weiss, your top 5. Jane Whitney starts 6. Watch the 22J, 13, and the 88. There's your top 3 in Sportsman Sprint car points. Rolling to corner number 4. White chalk stripe, green flag flies. We're racing. A good start for Jessen Jacobson, but the 13 to his outside powers around. Steven Hendrickson to the top spot. Here comes Dana Glenn as well. Glenn to the outside of Jacobson. He'll get by Jessen Jacobson, loses 2 spots in the opening lap. Hendrickson right back to the bottom. Dana Glenn in tow. Dana Glenn has found himself in second place a number of times here at Skagit Speedway. As of late, he's going to look to change that and try to go 1 spot better. He's got to beat the 13 of Steven Hendrickson, who's your defending winner. John Wallenfels Jr. pulls in. He's in the back. The battle up front rages on. Here comes Dana Glenn, slowly eating into the lead of 13. They go wheel to wheel. Hendrickson closes the door. Pulls away down the back straightaway. Dana Glenn's going to have to work again to close that gap. Gets on the berm and rides it out of corner number 4. Goes to the high side in turns 1 and 2. Can he get a good run off corner number 2? Close to within a car length. So didn't lose anything. Hendrickson washes up the exit of 4. Dana Glenn wraps it around nicely. Glenn back up to the top spot, up high, trying to chase around the 13. Hendrickson's getting on the berm and washing up. That's going to allow Dana Glenn, if he can get close enough on corner exit of 4 to maybe make a move, had to whoa up and go high. He's carried a lot of speed into turns 1 and 2. You can see that gap just extends as they get back to corner number 3. Tanner Merritt goes 1 lap down. 7 laps in, 25 total to go. Hendrickson, Glenn, Jacobson, Serrano, and Whitney, your top 5. Hendrickson has the 45 at Jackson Stratton in his way. Well, not anymore. Stratton washes up, and Hendrickson gets underneath. Dana Glenn goes up high. Now 1-lap car between first and second. Stratton forces the 17 into the wall a little bit. Gets loose, steering, trying to make sure it's all right in the 17. Caution flag flies. So look at the absolute wobble on the right rear of Dana Glenn. He kissed the wall. Yeah, right about the... Oh, so Caleb Hart with a good eye. We'll get the headset on. Caleb, what'd you see?
So you actually could hear it. At the point where Glenn tagged the wall is right at our opening underneath the flag stand, which is... held together. Obviously, we need that gate to get down, in, and up and such. That's held there by bungee, and it may have popped the bungee cord off as he hit it.
It's got a peg that goes between a hole and does... So, I don't know the best way to describe it. So if this was the wall, here's the door. There is a peg that sandwiches the door between the wall. It's tough to see. It's right where the stairs are.
Either way, I think that's the point in which he hit
so
it
too,
and popped the door open.
Mm-hmm. Weird. I wouldn't see that because that peg that holds it is...
That is the first time in 20 years of being here that I've seen that door hit at that point and popped open.
But imagine you
That's wild.
That is.
And you can see the ramifications of it. Let's take a look at the right rear wheel of Glenn here. Now, it might just be the cover is flopped over and bent, but boy, it sure looks like you might have a bent right rear wheel there. And Eric, that handle on that car is not going to be fun for Dana.
No,
with
not
a
at all.
wheel bent and off balance like that. Yeah, big trouble.
Yeah, you could see as soon as Dana Glenn hit it how it pushed his car, and it already affected the handling. What's it gonna do now? We're not even at the halfway point. Glenn has been fast. It's gonna be an interesting watch of the 17 for sure.
One of the interesting things that had happened, and we had seen Dana rolling in on Steven before they got to lap traffic, Steven slowed his corner up a little bit and hugged the bottom, which he hadn't been doing. He had been entering bottom and pushing wide off the turns, and I think he thought that was the fastest line. Now that he has found the low side and can hold it down there, he actually looked to pick up speed.
Well, that's what you could see what Dana Glenn was doing is when Hendrickson was washing high, Glenn was finding a better way to wrap the exit at turn number 4, and you would think if he would get close enough, potentially, maybe he could have made something work. So if Hendrickson did indeed find that and continue to hit it, could spell trouble for Dana Glenn because that was potentially a race-winning move if he could get there.
I think Glenn's going to be in enough trouble already with the way that right rear is coming up here on the restart. So we see what was third place running, just Jacobson. He's got the push truck in and behind him, and to the back of the field he will go for stopping on the racetrack. Unless it was a safety stop, but I didn't see anybody acknowledging as such, although he is going to go right in position, so it must have been a stop for safety reasons. So next time by, Interstate Battery's outrageously dependable work zone, restart zone will be in play. From the start of the green paint on the back straightaway, your leader can bring us back to green and Hendrickson. Once they all clear the orange cone right about where the eye is on Interstate, it is game on here for this Sportsman main.
So Steven Hendrickson will bring the field back to green. Dana Glenn, Jessen Jacobson, Jalen Serrano, and Jaden Whitney, your top 5. Whitney started in that 6th spot, so he's worked up 1 position. This could be a big restart for him if he wants to gain a couple more. Hendrickson waiting, goes late. Dana Glenn does a nice job to stick right with him. You can see the handling for Dana Glenn, the car leaning over like something else onto that right rear. it definitely is upset and uncomfortable for him to drive. Justin Jacobson got close, but can't gain on him yet to make that pass. Goes back up high. Glenn doing a good job handling an ill race car around Skagit Speedway in the second spot. 15 laps to go. Whitney threatening with the 44J at Jalen Serrano. That's the race for fourth. Whitney in fifth, trying to improve his point standing by moving up positions. Now Justin Jacobson gonna feel the pressure from Jalen Serrano. 44J closing on the 22J. Jessen goes up high, Serrano down low. Shows him the nose, can't get the run off corner number 4. Back into turns 1 and 2. Jessen down low. Jalen washes high, allows Whitney to get underneath, and Jalen pulls away. Again, the race between 3rd, 4th, and 5th out on the track is what you're watching now. Whitney looks low on the car in 3rd. That's Serrano. Actually, the car in 4th. Jacobson's in 3rd. Hendrickson back into lap traffic, gets by Tanner Merritt. Dana Glenn now is 1 lap car he's going to have to deal with, but a half a straightaway advantage for Hendrickson in the 13 over the 17. Hendrickson goes up high, the 45 at Jackson Stratton, the next car he'll encounter. Hendrickson doing a good job of keeping pace for the most part. He's not letting the 13 out of his sight. Hendrickson gets down low. Dana Glenn closing back in quickly up high. That might be the place to be where there's no lap cars. Dana Glenn has closed in quickly. Zan Miller down low. Jackson Stratton up high. Red flag. Ryder Schiffel upside down on the front straightaway.
So Schifflet's 2 car on the front straightaway right as your leader was getting into him. We had talked, Eric, about the damage in the right rear of Glenn, and it's possible that wheel actually looks like it's gripping and getting into the track better than I thought. It's possible that they might have bent the Wattslink or the Wattslink strap.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Affects your roll center at the rear of the car. It's not impossible to race with a bent or broken Wattslink. No. It's just harder, and we certainly saw him attack the low side of the speedway a lot more on that restart as opposed to go up and try to bang the cushion down. So logic dictates that that might have been the move. He had made a huge run up to gain on the back of Hendrickson there as Hendrickson got into traffic too wide in front of him in the form of Stratton and Miller, who were having a great race, but occupying both of the race lanes.
Safety crews continue to attend and make sure Jackson Stratton's all right. A good job, Tony Bundy, to quickly roll up. You can see him spin sideways. He had to get on the brakes big time to not get involved, so props to him. And yeah, this will be interesting because, Caleb, as you were saying, at least when you and I were chatting off air, they got into lap traffic 8-ish laps.
About, yeah.
Potentially could get there again coming to the end. And if Dana Glenn can keep as close as he was when they were into lap traffic the first time, we could see a really good race for the lead with like 2 laps to go.
The amount of distance that Glenn made up on Hendrickson as he came up on those slower cars, that was a straightaway plus lead that Steven had built, and it went bye-bye in a hurry.
Well, what helped too, or well, hurt him and helped Dana, was that it was Jackson Stratton down low, and I believe another lap car up high that he really had nowhere to go. And when you're sitting in Dana Glenn in kind of that catbird spot in the second, you can see, oh, this is where the leader's going to go. If I go the other way, I can get my lane around. It's kind of featuring Glenn for the advantage there.
I think Ryder Schiffel out of the car and taking a ride away in the UTV at this point in time. So good news from the 2 car of Schiffel. Now we will clear the wreck on the front straightaway and get ready to go back to racing action in just a couple of seconds. Well, just like sprint cars tear up the dirt, Bartech compost tearing up the waste and turning it into healthy, self-improving compost. We give grass clippings, foods, and stubborn branches a second life, keeping Washington clean, green, and growing, racing and recycling. It's a win-win. Learn more at bartech.net, BARR tech.net. Here on All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning Night, and it's still going to be hot next few days. Make sure you get a hold of the guys at All Phase and get yourself cooled down for this last blast of summer weather that we have.
So the tour rider Shiflet is picked up by the wrecker, and get a good look at the mangled top wing, nose wing of that car. 57 of Tony Bundy now around facing the right way, so we'll work to get push trucks back in behind the field and get them fired off with about 9 laps or so to go. Going to be an important restart for really the entire top 5. If you're Whitney, it's just continuing to pick cars off. You're the current points leader. The more cars you can pick off, the more points you're going to gain. And now if you're Jacobson and Hendrickson, you know, they're sitting second and third, the same thing. You want to keep that gap close with Jane Whitney and maybe see if you can even surpass him in the points lead as well. field continues to refire. So we get the few remaining cars back and under their own power. Again, 16 laps in, a 25 scheduled distance. Steven Hendrickson has led them all so far. Dana Glenn has not let him get out of sight. There's been a couple times it's like, oh, Hendrickson's running away, but as soon as lap traffic hits, Dana Glenn is knocking on the door, trying to find a way around the 13. It's going to be a fun restart, Caleb.
I'm interested to see. Again, we've determined Glenn's car wounded, but not to the point where it's cost him speed to run down Hendrickson. Hendrickson has led all 16 of this so far on every restart. Lap cars go to the back. Glenn knows what he has. Now the question is, can he keep Hendrickson close enough in clean air to when that gets to the back of the field one more time, he doesn't have to run him down for as far and he can quickly pounce and make the attack.
Yeah. I think that's going to be doable, and it's going to be how close can you keep him on this initial restart. If you allow him to build that advantage from the start of this green flag restart, your chances of getting closer are going to start to dwindle. But if you can keep close and keep Hendrickson within 4 or 5 car lengths quickly into lap traffic, you could close.
I'll say half a straightaway.
Okay.
Right?
All right, yeah.
Like, if he's back at the end of the straightaway as Steven gets into traffic, you're a lap or 2 to close that gap.
Yeah.
You're a half straightaway, you could be on him lickety-split.
Yeah.
So, we're going to see. We are not anticipating it's going to take long before these lights turn out and the Ford Bronco, Ford Performance Pace Truck, rolls off the field. And now Glenn has had an opportunity to try to tie him up Steven here on this restart to keep with him. Hendrickson, Glenn, the always dangerous Jessen Jacobson in third. Jalen Serrano having a great night in fourth.
Talk about a really nice night for Jalen Serrano.
Great night for her. And Jaden Whitney sitting in position number 5.
I wonder what those new headers are for him. Does he still have them on? Because I heard, I think Reese did bring a second set of headers
just in case there was a problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope, they still got them on.
I like
it. So there's a good look at the headers on Jaden Whitney. Similar to a Paul Silva-esque header.
Which are probably not doing anything different.
Probably not, but Reese wanted to do it, so Reese did it.
Probably. All right. Ford Bronco's off.
Yeah.
Interstate Battery's outrageously dependable restart zone is in play with a 9-lap sprint to the finish, just a hair longer than a heat race. For Hendrickson, who was already a multiple-time feature winner on the year, Glenn has been on the podium and knocking on the door, and Jacobson in the 22 trying to recover what was the points lead, as now he's in scramble mode, looking for everything he can get.
Slowly rolling into corner number 2 to the Interstate Battery's outrageously dependable restart zone. Steven Hendrickson goes. Dana Glenn sticks right with him. They both go to the bottom. Jessen leaves an opening for Jalen Serrano, but Jalen can't get by on the exit corner number 4. Goes right back to work on the inside. Jane Whitney's there as well. Here comes Peyton Drake around the high side. 3-car battle for 1 spot into corner number 3. Peyton Drake, Jalen Serrano. Peyton Drake drives around the 44J on the outside. Nice job, Peyton Drake, to keep on moving and gets around. Now he's going to have to run down the 22J and Jessen Jacobson. Whitney gets by Serrano as well. Whitney now looks to track down Peyton Drake as Drake looks down to track down Jessen. And a caution, Zan Miller around and the 09 of Piper Harless. Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Whatever happened between the two of them? Look at the mangle job on the left side panel on the Harless car. I think the Miller car's got some pretty substantial damage down the right-hand side of it as well. It was a caution that came out, but that was a pretty significant impact between the two of them.
Yeah, I looked back and it was Harless driving away and Miller up on the berm, so did not get a good look at what actually happened between the 09 and Zan Miller. As you can see, Piper Harless climbing out of the 09.
To the point where the safety worker in the corner has Piper's steering wheel. I might have even gotten a steering wheel toss out of that.
No,
or just a
think
handoff.
She just handed it, yeah. So
Miller's getting a front pick further back in the turn.
So front pick to the 23X of Zan Miller. Harless gonna just ride with the 09 back. $18 laps into this 25-lap event.
Biggest significance of that, another couple of laps done, less likelihood that Hendrickson gets to the back of the field.
Yeah. Jordana Glenn, that's the last thing you want to hear.
Did a really good job of sticking with him on the restart. However, Hendrickson started building some rhythm and pulling away a little bit.
Clean air is so powerful in a sprint car that even if Glenn can keep close, Hendrickson just has that advantage for the clean air.
Skagit Speedway, not a track that you build a lot of wing speed on in talking to the drivers. However, in and behind it, it does get really turbulent.
Yep.
So while wing speed, not high, wing turbulence, very high with the way that this track is angled, banked, shaped, etc. And you'll watch it. You see a driver get right in behind one of the guys in front of him, and front end of his race car is darting all over the place. It gets loose. It's into dirty air is what we're saying. But because that air is so turbulent, it's trying to push the nose around. It's really hard to contain. And at that point in time, the driver in the trail position usually steps out of line, whether that's getting lower on the track or getting higher on the track. It's the anti-NASCAR draft, if you want to put it that way, where a stock car gets in behind a stock car and that air calms down and it gets easier for them to drive up under them. In this case, it's the complete opposite because aerodynamically, these cars are so challenging that you don't want to be right behind. You want to be above or below, but not directly following your competition.
Yep. It's kind of ironic how that works.
Part of
the dualities of different sports, or different forms of racing.
Yeah, and part of the reason that you see us run single file restarts a lot, a double file restart in an open wheel car is such a massive advantage to the trail car.
Yep.
They're artificially picking up, wheelbases on these cars are 86 to 88 inches long. You're artificially picking up that, quick math, Caleb, 7 to 8 feet worth of track space in which you were following a car to now be to the outside of it and not dealing with that dirty air. It's pretty incredible, and I think it's one of the reasons single file restarts are the better way to do restarts, as we've got one coming up right here.
Single file restart into the interstate batteries. Outrageously dependable restart zone on the back straightaway. Steven Hendrickson with a big gap to Dana Glenn. Glenn doesn't go. Slow start for the 17. Maybe out of fuel. Dana Glenn putzing around and gets onto the berm. We'll see if we get a caution flag. Dana Glenn pulls it in. So that moves Jessen Jacobson and Jaden Whitney both up a spot. But here comes Peyton Drake to the outside. The 73. He told me, he's like, man, I don't want to finish third. He's into third now. He's going to have to go run down Jessen Jacobson. But Jaden Whitney not going to let him get away without a fight. So Hendrickson, smooth sailing. Jessen Jacobson, Peyton Drake, and Jaden Whitney a lot closer. Jalen Serrano, Macy Longston there as well. Whitney back to the inside. Peyton Drake fends off the charge. Whitney down low again. Drake up high. Slide job complete. Jaden Whitney. Drake gonna turn it right back underneath him into turns 1 and 2. He returns the favor, maybe. Can't quite get up there. Wheel to wheel. Down the back straightaway. Peyton Drake back to the bottom. Gets up on the berm. Upsets the car. Whitney gonna drive back around the outside. Hendrickson into lap traffic. 3 laps to go. About a car length and a half between Peyton Drake and Jaden Whitney. That's what you see on the left-hand side of the double box here at Skagit Speedway. That's your leader, Steven Hendrickson, on the right. Hendrickson to the white flag one more time around Skagit Speedway. Jessen Jacobson is not going to catch him, but the race could be interesting between Peyton Drake and potentially Jaden Whitney. He won't get there through turn 3 and off of corner number 4. Steven Hendrickson picks up the win here for the Sportsman. It's Jessen Jacobson second and Jaden Whitney in third. So Hendrickson leads them all. Jaden Whitney in third, and Jessen Jacobson falls first to second. And Peyton Drake finishes fourth. So Hendrickson, Jacobson, Whitney, Drake, and Serrano, your top 5.
the green light comes on the scale for Hendrickson, it is official. The green light is on. He has made minimum weight requirements. Steven Hendrickson is your winner. Drivers may undertake some more tech once they get back to the back, but first portion of post-race tech is meeting the minimum weight requirement. And Hendrickson in the Miles Sand and Gravel, Shembolt Construction, Herc Reynolds, Les Schwab Tires, Nordic Temperature Control, number 13, has feature win number 4 of his rookie season here at Skagit Speedway. As has become customary here on the front straightaway, driver will jump out of the car and we will see a wing celebration coming up. As the crew from Steven, along with the L&D Motorsports guys, make their way trackside. Jeff Needham down there, head wrench on the operation. Out of the race car, he is not going up to the back of the top wing. However, it's a celebration for Steven Hendrickson. 4th feature win here of 2025 for the Skagit Speedway rookie. I'd love to hear a "I'm too old for that" on the wing celebration or something like that. So let's get him up the stage. Guys, if you can make your way to victory lane, please. We'd appreciate it. Steven on his way. Jessen and Jaden, if we could get you to also mosey and forward, that'd be awesome. Well, Dallas Glenn gave him a run and threatened him a couple of times in traffic, but cooler than a cucumber out in front of this one, and a 4-time winner now, Eric List, has got Steven Hendrickson.
A big round of applause. Skagit Speedway, Steven Hendrickson gets it done tonight and goes back-to-back and picks up his 4th win of the. Wow, what a race that was for you. You would pull away. Lap traffic got a little bit dicey, but 4th win this year, back-to-back. What's really been the key to your success?
Start off good, and we finish pretty good. Once you get into clean air, the car just is twice as good. And for whatever reason, Red has our qualifying setup nailed, and we're good most of the rest of the night. Actually, we've been good all night the last few weeks.
Lap traffic can be a difference maker whether you win or lose a race. What's your strategy in getting through and not allowing it to slow you down?
Just keep your momentum up and go where they're not. There's a couple times I'd have to last minute switch lanes, and like sometimes some of the guys at the back, they probably don't really know what they're doing, so it makes it hard on the guy trying to get around them. I got to thank a bunch of people. Shibby Motorsports, they'll be here next week for the high limit deal. Red, all the boys, Alan, John, Wade, Xander, Caden, Riley and everybody, and Nordic Temperature Controls, Herc Rentals, Les Schwab Tires, Grimbley Distribution, Shembolt Construction, and Pack Trucking.
Well, Steven Hendrickson gets the win tonight. We'll talk with Jessen Jacobson, who comes home in the 2nd spot. Well, Jessen, you did a nice job fighting back after falling back a little bit. How did you rally up to that 2nd spot?
Yeah, on the start there, Steven just got a good jump on the outside, got around me, and Dana was actually to get by me too. And then throughout the race, we were trying to figure some stuff out. We were a little snug through the whole race, and so I tried to anchor on my brakes through the corners there, just kind of keep the car underneath me and hold the bottom. I tried the top a couple of times there. I wasn't really going nowhere, and then on the last restart, something happened to Dana where he had to pull off. We were able to get back by him and finish for a solid 2nd.
Well, Jessen Jacobson in 2nd. We'll chat with Jane Whitney, who rounds out the podium here in 3rd. Well, Jane, a nice run from you, 6-3. Now, is it all because of those new headers?
Well, the headers definitely help, but we're still struggling really bad on the stumbling. So we definitely got to go back to the drawing board and really try to limit that issue.
Well, Jaden Whitney brings it home in the 3rd spot. Steven Hendrickson picks up the win tonight here at Speedway.
Congrats to the top 3. As Elisa and Blake are trophy queens tonight. Dirt Dog and Emma making their way down as well. Congratulations to all of our top 3. Steven Hendrickson, Jaden Whitney, Justin Jacobson taking second, Jaden third. Take a look up at the big screen if you get a second. It is time to call our 50-50 winning raffle ticket number. And if you have got red ticket 637-5807, you have won $641 tonight. You can claim that at the will call window. Red ticket 637-5807. You can go to the will call window and claim your prize of $641. Big thank you to Critters Pet Rescue Foundation, our 50-50 benefit tonight. We are less than a week away for the biggest payday at Skagit Speedway. In fact, in Skagit Speedway history, as on Saturday night next week, we're giving away $126,000 American dollars on Saturday night of the Kubota High Limit Racing Series Skagit Nationals here at Skagit Speedway. You can buy your tickets online all the way up until about, race day at SkagitSpeedway.com. It's Thursday the 28th, Friday the 29th, and Saturday the 30th. The highest paying 2-win race on the West Coast. It is the Kubota High Limit Racing Skagit Nationals coming up next weekend. CG Garage Midget main event is next. We'll go 25 times around for them. Class has had a wide and varied group of drivers picking off feature wins here on the season. Full field tonight. Looks like we've got 23 scheduled to start our A main event coming up. Wonderful car count here tonight at Skagit Speedway as well. 25 Sportsman Sprints, 24 Midgets, 14 360s, and the 410, 69 total cars signed in for competition tonight in the pit area. Nice. Busy night continues. Midget feature, 360 feature, and then the quick 410 feature at the tail end of the evening is the path. Looks like concession stands still got some food for you guys if you're hungry. I see the Danny Gilbert chowing down on, is it a strawberry shortcake bar? Oh, as if your kids have not had enough ice cream already tonight. The strawberry shortcake bar is like 1A or 1B with the SpongeBob SquarePants bar. Although, if you wanted something a little more beefier, like a real fill-you-up ice cream bar, the ice cream cookie sandwich, that thing's beefy. That is a thick chunk of delicious vanilla ice cream between two traditional chocolate chip cookies. Diabetics out there, be dosing on the insulin machine before you start eating it. It is a fantastic way to finish your night out, and it's still warm enough outside that, you know, you're not going to freeze to death by putting some ice cream in you. Field rolls for the Midgets. Well, your field gets ready to go. 23 cars, 25 laps. Pole sitter is Shane Smith in the 7S. Alex Peck is outside in the 32. Row number 2 is Brad Pritchard's 41 and the 24 of Nick Evans. Third row, Chad Kincaid in the 50, Ryan Orchard in the 32R. Fourth row is our heat race winners, the 71 of Jonathan Jorgensen and the 64 of Stephen Massengale. Fifth row, Randy Schaff in the 23 and the 17 of Seth Hespy. Sixth row is the 90 of Brian Holmqvist and the 4 of Michael Volbrecht. Seventh row, the 41 of Ashley Thompson and the 53 of Chris Court. Eighth row is TJ Hartman's 21 and the 80 of Doug Davenport. Ninth row, the 91 of Tom Beck and the 90C of Stuart Milner. Row number 10 on the inside, it's Cookie Carlson, Uncle Kyle to the outside in the 17, Kyle Hansen. 37B of Andy Pritchard starts inside row 11 to his outside Dave Mills in the 39. J.D. Lewis, the 58 car. Tail end Charlie on this one. 23 for 25 coming up here for the CGE Garage Midgets. All-phase heating and air conditioning night at the races. All-phase crew over there in Section F, you guys still going strong? I see you, but more importantly, I hear you up here, and that is impressive because this booth is fairly soundproof. So you guys are loud enough to get over the top of it. Smith, the newlywed. Peck, the in-laws racing driver. Battle of two really good shoes and really good cars. Off the fourth corner, we are green. Smooth start down the front straightaway. Peck looking for momentum off the top. Smith hits his marks down on the bottom. Peck rolling in on him. Half a car length separates them. Lap number 1. Give it to Shane Smith. Peck 2. And it looks like it is Pritchard and Megan Evans sitting in position number 3. Smith getting away off the second corner. Trying to extend the lead out. Orchard is 4. Pritchard in the 5th position early. Rare that a racer really gets to rabbit. Here on the field is wide open as it goes, almost 3 wide back in the pack in position about 10. Everybody drove away from it somehow. So we will watch that race a little further back. That's like 10, 11, and 12 on your left-hand side of the YouTube feed. Second place, Alex Peck on the lead cam trying to run down Smith. Boy, Bob and Lori Scott have got the 7 dialed in here tonight. You see that little counter steer at corner entry to set his way through, and that car just making grip for days out here early in this Midget Main 5 in, 20 to go. Cruise control for Shane early. Peck can try to find the combination to close in on him. Long ways back before you get to Evans, Orchard, and Pritchard. For 6th, Jonathan Jorgensen is putting some pressure on Chad Kincaid. That battle is working into turn number 3. Kincaid got a little hiccup going into the corner. Jorgensen in the Neat Irwin Motorsports car trying to run him down. A couple of positions back from that, you're looking at the 4 of Michael Volbrecht. Volbrecht working on Seth Hespy in the 17M. Randy Schaff following him in the black and reddish 23 car. Now 8 laps into this. Your race leader is approaching traffic. Traffic will be a factor here. First up, J.D. Lewis. Dave Mills right ahead of him. Smith woes up for a second. Oh, gets right into your leader. Smith into him. We stay green, and your new race leader is Peck. Lap traffic just played a massive factor there as Smith into Lewis, who got crossed up coming off the corner. And Alex Peck has been hunting the top spot here at Skagit Speedway all year. That might be the opportunity he needed to get there. Peck has gotten around Mills, now Evans and Orchard in the 3rd spot. As we've got one around in the third corner, and that is Lewis. So Lewis spun out of the bottom of turn number 3. So a big event here in this race. You saw your leader, Smith in the 7S, rolling up on the back of JD. JD just crossed up and sideways at the wrong point in time. Smith nowhere to go. Looked like the monster truck show here from Skagit Speedway a couple of weeks back as the 7S gets up and in the air and had no choice but to try to Megasaurus there. Lewis, a couple laps later, turned around on the inside needing the hook. But it cost Smith 3 positions as he gathered it back up. The car still has some wobble to it. Your new race leader, Alex Peck, as it looks like Eric's on the scene.
Yeah, able to grab a good look at the left side of J.D. Lewis, and the Nerf bar is completely shoved in to that left rear tire, really towards the bottom. So that's going to be the main issue, is that Nerf bar is just completely shoved into that left rear tire.
So Eric on the scene. Yeah, that collision in the corner, something had to happen.
Caleb.
Yes?
I don't know if it was him, but I had watched a little ways back, and what was kind of interesting is it was like, wow, there's a big rut kind of being dug, and you could see some dirt flying up. So potentially when that kind of dug into his tire, that was what was getting into the track, and then it was pushing into that tire. So some contact or something must have kind of pushed that in, and then, I don't know, it was just weird because there was dirt flying up and something digging in, and would imagine the Nerf bar would have been the case of what that was.
Gotcha. So they go Delaware style on the restarts most of the time here for Focus Midgets. 1 lap before halfway, 12 in, 13 to go. Again, Alex Peck has just been hunting for this win all year long. He has been a constant on the podium. Now he has got the top spot. Nick Evans and Ryan Orchard, second and third in behind him. Shane Smith and Brad Pritchard, Chad Kincaid, Jonathan Jorgensen, Stephen Massengale, Michael Volbrecht, Seth Hespy running in the top 10. Sounds like Lewis has gone to the work area, so we're waiting on word from him. Sounds like Lewis has gone back to his pit. We are going to go back to racing. Now you see the field form up. Leader out front. Your second place car of Evans gets his choice of high or low. He is going to hold low here. And I'll move Orchard up high. So all the even running position cars will be in positions 2, 4, and 6. They'll be on the inside. Odd running cars to the outside. As Alex Peck brings us back to green. Evans on the restart. Has second. Smith trying to get underneath Orchard. Orchard kept his momentum up. There's Smith barreling down to the inside hard on the right rear. Trying to steal the spot away from Ryan. Can't do it. Orchard widens his entry into the corner. Smith down low off a 2. Wheel to wheel into the third turn. And the 7S shoots his way back ahead, albeit the right side Nerf bar on that car. And maybe some suspension, having some trouble as we got one whose wheel is going to finish further than the race car. It's over in turn number 4. So you can see that tire bouncing off the wall. And the car upside down in the corner. Safety crew on hand. And it is the 17M of Seth Hespy. Hespy had been a top 10 car and ends up upside down. Steering wheel out of the car already. And left rear off of it. Eric's on the scene. Safety crew talking to Seth. As left rear tire off, and Seth Hespy coming out of the race car. Good news.
Yep, so Seth Hespy out of the car, the left rear tire, you can see sitting right there. Caleb, I didn't get a good look at what happened. I ended up turning and seeing the tire going the other way. Seth getting the helmet off. We'll see if potentially we can grab a word with him. Seth, can we grab a quick word? You all right? You all right? What happened?
I'm pretty sure the left rear wheel just came off. Not exactly sure, but that looks like it's the case. So thanks, Shane, for letting me come drive your car. Sorry I flipped it again. This one wasn't my fault.
Well, there you go. So left rear came off. You can see it there, clean as day for Seth Hespy in the 17M.
There is a story behind that, Eric, and then the last time Shane had another ride and put Seth in the car, it went through at least a front axle. So,
but the damage doesn't look as bad as potentially having to go through a front axle for this. Like, it looks okay. You might just have to put a wheel nut back on, put a new left rear, and hopefully that could be it.
Yeah,
but
imagine
probably not.
Imagine
Probably
you'll
a little
check
bit
your
more
shocks
than
and bars and springs as well, but, you know, little stuff.
Of the left rear, that's what I was focusing on. But
There you
yeah,
go.
there's going to be more than just that. But the left rear will be okay.
Look at you. Glass half full, sunshine
Hey.
attitude.
Some days got to be, right?
That's right. So the 17M will go off raceway. 14 laps in, 11 to go. And on the last completed, it looks like Smith had taken third, so he'll be back to the outside of Evans. Alex Peck will be your leader as soon as the field fires are back up. Nice thing about this midget division, self-starting cars, starters and clutches, so the bulk of them do not need a push unless something's gone wrong within there. It is the one open wheel division that we run here at Skagit Speedway that does not need our push trucks in and behind it to compression start them on a regular basis. And with 11 laps to go, you can hear drivers fire them up, and you'll see them pop them into gear in just a second, start rolling back around the raceway. Field will roll back into position. Got 2 laps more in the books on that last start. Here on all-phase heating and air conditioning night at Skagit Speedway. 360 main event coming up next. It'll go 30 laps on tonight's program. Ford Bronco Ford Performance Pace vehicle leads them as they will start picking their lanes. Evans chooses low once again. Smith up to the high side. Orchard and Jorgensen. Pritchard and Kincaid. Volbrecht and Massengale. Schaff and Thompson making up the first 5 rows. In behind your leader, the In-Laws Racing 32 of Alex Peck. Trying to get the win tonight for Mark and Jolene Steen. 11 more times around Skagit Speedway to do it. It's just a hair short of 4 miles of racing, thereabout. Maybe 3. I checked my math. We are back to green. In the first corner, 7S's Smith wheel to wheel with Evans. Now motor him down the back straightaway. So Shane Smith has worked his way back into second after that big collision with the slower car. Jonathan Jorgensen grabs 4th away from Ryan Orchard. The game is on. Now, is there anything the 7S can do to get the lead away from Peck? Most nights it's been the opposite way. It's been Peck chasing Shane. Roles are reversed tonight with 9 laps to go. Smith, you can see that car really hard over on the right. That front end kind of flying up and in the air. Wonder if there was some kind of spring damage in the right front of that car. Affected the handling, but he is closing here on Peck. Now, will Peck make a mistake? Alex is very technically proficient on these cars. Rarely do you see him make the big bobble. Not likely to get to the back of the field here. From about 10 laps on that first run, we have less of a field to get to. 6 laps to go, and slower traffic is still full straightaway, plus some away from Alex Peck. Maintains about 2.5 car lengths on Shane Smith and Nick Evans in third. See Smith trying to work the inside, extreme inside of the corner. And for anything he can find to run down Peck. Is it Peck's night? 4 to go, make it 3 to go. Smith closed in that turn. Closing's one thing, passing's a whole other question. That slower traffic in the form of Dave Mills gets closer, but it's 2 laps left here for Peck in the 32. Smith almost to the point where he can show a nose getting into 1. But we're only going to have 0.3 of a mile left this time. Peck and Smith, slower traffic is there in the bottom of 1. Peck up a half a groove. Smith right there. Final corners. Final time. Peck way wide. Smith just no lane to get by, and Alex Peck rolls to the win. Peck might have used that lap car just right, as he put Mills on the bottom of the track in 3, got to the middle and didn't leave any lane in between them. Alex Peck gets the W tonight. Well done. Job by Smith rallying back after the collision with the slower car. And a third for Nick Evans. your driver is climbing out of the car, and congratulations. It's been a minute. He has been trying hard. Alex Peck gets the W tonight here at Skagit Speedway in the In-Laws Racing 32. We'll get the top three up to the podium. You can see Alex with his car owners wandering down to victory lane. And if we can get drivers to the podium, please. We got to keep blasting through this race night.
Well, Caleb, we'll go in a little bit of an unconventional order. Shane Smith, the first one up. We'll get him up here to the second spot. Did a nice job rallying back. Was in the lead, fell back. You worked your way back to second place. How was that race from your point of view?
Yeah, we were in really good shape there. Had a very, very fast race car. Unfortunately, some unpredictable lap cars changed the course of the race. I'm just happy we didn't hurt anything more and was able to finish and kind of rally back to a second place.
Well, he finished in second place, but we'll get Alex Peck to the top of the board. He wins tonight for the CGE Garage Midgets. Well, sometimes it's about biding your time and waiting, and that's exactly what you did, and you're able to get by.
Yeah, lucky that is better than good most days. So that one fell our way. Yeah, a really frustrating circumstance for Shane there. Like, lappers are definitely hard to come by sometimes. A little bit of a kind of like a not the most smooth track, so lappers I think struggled with it a little bit, and he got bit by it. But yeah, I've lost some races with some lappers too, Shane. So maybe a little bit of equilibrium from the world. Yeah. Thank you, Mark and Julian's team, for the opportunity. Mark worked hard, really hard today in the heat. Thank you to fans for sticking out the heat. Triple X, Sunset Auto Family, TI Company, Elder AC Media, Pit Logic.
Well, Alex Peck gets the win, and we'll go chat with Nick Evans over here in third. Man, you kind of just were sitting there. Lap traffic potentially, but anything you would have done and changed that race?
Not really. I just kind of just settled in there and just didn't really have what they had, and kind of was hoping I can get second. You know, maybe make him first place. Alex would make a mistake there, but yeah, I just didn't quite have the car, but I'll take it. You know, I just want to thank Jeff Peterson. I think he's here with Peterson Custom Paints. Gemma Bell, my mom and dad, my wife, all my crew, my dad, and John and Lumpy, and yeah, everyone that helps out.
Well, Nick Evans in third, but Alex Peck gets it done tonight in the CGE Garage Midgets.
All right, thank you very much, Eric List. This was another round for the Midgets of the Summer Challenge Series for them. Alex Peck picking up the first place trophy tonight. Congratulations to our top three, Nick Evans, Shane Smith, and Alex Peck with the feature win. The 360 sprint cars are staging. The crews are moving their way to the center. And with that being said, it is time for you, Skagit Speedway, here on All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning Night, to get hyped. Ladies and gentlemen, the A main event is on the racetrack. Main event time for the 360 sprint cars, 30 times around here on All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning night at the track. And who has drawn the front of the field tonight? It's going to be the 18 of Jason Solwald on the pole, with Cam Smith's 17 outside row number 1. Row number 2, it's Trey Starks in the 55 and the 33 of Colton Heath. Row number 3 is Kai Dixon in the 20K and the 26 of Levi Hillier. Row number 4 is the 66 of Tanner Holm and the 33R of Bill Root. 5th row, the 29 of Levi Kuntz to his outside, Dustin Garion in the 51. Ashley Johnson in the 0 and Peyton Drake in car number 10. Jordan Milne in the 3 and Levi Klatt in the 77 will make up the 14 cars going 30 times around here at Skagit Speedway tonight. Solwald and Smith. Smith, after that drive in the heat race, be poetic if he could end up putting her in victory lane tonight, overcoming that broken axle in hot laps. He missed qualifying, went 7-2 in his heat, and now goes outside row number 1 with Solwald here in the feature. Solwald and Smith, Starks and Heath, Dixon and Hillier, racked, stacked, ready to roll down the back straightaway. And as they move into corner number 3 and out of corner number 4, green flag, we go racing. So Walt sticks the bottom into 1 and 2. Smith driving up and around and got it down the back straightaway. Cam Smith with the lead on lap number 1. Solwald second. Heath in third. Low side, Solwald settling in. He has got Heath knocking down the cushion, looking for room up and around him. Jason put the left front down on the apron, coming off of 4. Smith has stayed upstairs here. Hammered down on the loud pedal for Cam Smith, who's looking to extend the advantage. 4 seconds behind him. It is Heath all over Solwald. Solwald drifts high to the top of the racetrack in turn number 2. Holding the car length back even less as Solwald now has migrated up top, and here comes Trey Starks looking for room. We've got one around at the bottom of turn number 2, and that's Peyton Drake drawing our first caution. Caution, 4 laps in. Cam Smith hunting victory lane here at Skagit Speedway, but has 26 to go, and now the field stacked up right behind him as they'll fire Drake back off and get him moving to the back of the pack. Drake will fire back off. Cam Smith leads early. Jason Solwald, Colton Heath, Trey Starks, Kai Dixon, 1 through 5 in the early running order. Back straightaway restart is coming inside the Interstate Batteries outrageously dependable work area. Race leader will have a chance to start anywhere within the green paint on the back straightaway. Smith can go early, he can go late. All that matters is that they have to stay in that straight line till the cone that's at the end of the green, and from there they can go either direction. Coming back to green flag action. Back underway. Solwald looking low here on the restart. Can't get by him. Here is Heath challenging the outside groove on Solwald for position number 2. Second place up for grabs is Heath. Trying to find momentum on the high side. Solwald migrates up there at the end of the corner. Colton has to jam on the brakes. Jason back downstairs at 1 and 2. Colton too far up racetrack, and here comes Starks looking for third. Trey Starks slides from low to high, and Trey into position 3. Race leader is Smith. Trying to open up a straightaway's worth of advantage on Solwald. That battle for third still good though, as Heath tried coming back underneath Starks at 3 and 4. Starks faster on the top at 1 and 2. Adds a little breathing room in between them. 5th is Kai Dixon, 6th is Levi Hillier. Hillier trying to get low on Dixon. Nothing to grab onto down there. Back in the field, action continues with Bill Rude in the 33. 66 of Tanner Holm is up on him. Holm low, Rude high, Tanner picking at the bottom, now swings up to the top at 1 and 2. Angles the nose of the car down racetrack as Rude floated too high off 2. Give the spot to Tanner Holm as he races in position 7. Long ways between him and trying to let down Levi Hillier as we're 11 laps in. Your race leader Cam Smith is getting into traffic. First up, it's the 0 of Ashley Johnson. He'll move to the inside, shows the wheel to Johnson. Solwald trying to close in. Johnson holds her line up the high side as Drake rolling to a stop at the top of turn number 2. Now he hasn't stopped. He is just off the pace. And he will bring her down across racetrack and into the pit area. So Peyton's night looks to be over. Peyton Drake has got a flat right rear tire on the 10 car, and unfortunately the second stop for him is going to end his evening. So Drake, the flat right rear, stoppage number 2, night over for him. Ford Performance Ford Bronco off Raceway, and come back to life on the back straightaway again. 12 laps in. Smith, unchallenged so far. Solwald, Starks, Heath, and Dixon has been a consistent top 5, with Starks taking third over from Heath over the last few laps. Can Smith rebuild that strong lead that he had? Back to green. Solwald bids for the bottom. You can see Starks slingshotting up high. Get a run on Jason Solwald. Solwald holds down low, but can't get there. Smith staying true to the battle plan. He's up top, but not getting as far away as Starks looking for the momentum pass around the high side on Jason Solwald. Solwald low. Starks has now shown himself. Jason down to the bottom to try to force him even further up racetrack. Wheel to wheel for second as Starks now into the middle. Cheats to the cushion. Doesn't quite get off it the way he wants to. Jason hangs on to the 2 spot for now. Like we've seen before, when under fire, Solwald moves off the bottom, gets to the middle, not the top. Might have gotten himself a little bit of room to get away from Trey Starks. Starks hasn't been unbeatable in the 360 this year, but he has been really, really good. The winner of our Bob's Burger and Brew 360 Nationals, pocketed 26 grand for that. Runs third right now is the man looking for the feature win. He's not been there in a little while. Cam Smith in the 17. That car is locked. So go to the bottom. Coming up on Dustin Gehring in the 51. Gehring sees him down there. Smith, got to get around the slower car, got to do it quick. 11 laps to go. Smith makes the move. So Walt's still second. He's got to run up on Gehring and get by him as well. As Smith has another piece of slower traffic, lingering ahead of the 0 of Ashley Johnson. So Walt will get by Gehring. Stark's trying to follow. Now Smith down low on the 0, trying to put her a lap down. Solwald closing here as Smith will get by. 9 to go, and Jason Solwald on the prowl. Getting stronger around the low side. Smith up on the cushion, Jason down on the bottom. Well, even with him at the corner apex. Up top, Smith. Got to refine the rhythm and refine the speed. Solwald getting stronger with 7 to go. Down low, Jason Solwald has found his rhythm. Smith into 1, loses ground, down low, Solwald bid for the lead into 3. Slides up, takes the groove, lap 24, Jason Solwald to the point. Smith gets down in 1 and 2 to follow, but loses ground to him off of corner number 2. Jason Solwald with 5 to go as the 18 car coming alive. Right before High Limit comes to town, is Solwald ready to defend home turf? He's got 4 to go. Starks now pressuring Smith, looking for position. As Levi Hillier has rolled his way up into 4th place with 3 laps remaining. Starks around Smith, and Smith pointing the wrong direction in the corner. Cam Smith, wrong way. Jose in turn number 3. What heartbreak for him. It has been a tale of 2 cities for Cam Smith all night. From breaking in hot laps and not getting qualifying. The monster 7-2 run in the heat, leading the first 23 laps of this main event tonight. Jason Solwald, your leader, and Cam Smith to the back of the field. Cam showed his speed tonight. Things just not breaking his way here at the end of it. You can see, if you're watching on the free video feed on YouTube here, the body language in the cockpit of the 17 car is that of dejection. Levi Hillier started charging here over the last few laps. He's up to 3rd. That's going to put Trey Starks right on the tail of Jason Solwald. Our camera crew taking a look at the right rear on the Hillier car. Colton Heath pulling up to the inside of Levi. There is no time in the work area if anybody chose to dive in there. Well, everything looking okay. Hillier kind of spinning the tires and throttling up. You can see him checking the car out. We understand that he might have clipped the 17 of Smith on the path by. That's why we're looking at it. Cone is out in the back straightaway. Jason Solwald, 3 to go. Solwald leads. Stark 2nd, Hillier 3rd. Heath now 4. Holm now 5. With 3 laps to go. And Klatt now stopping on the front straightaway. Caution lights come on for the 77. So Levi Klatt, who has fought the mechanical gremlin all night, flat right rear tire for him. Into the pit area will go Klatt. Again, past halfway, no time in the work area here. They're going to have to thrash quick if they're trying to get him back into this race. And that doesn't look like particularly fast thrashing because he's not even around the front straightaway yet. Traffic lights are out. Well, Jason Solwald and Trey Starks, we have seen this before. Can Solwald fend off Trey for 3 more? Does Levi Hillier have anything sneaking around in which to interrupt those top 3? You can see Solwald bring the car down, take her off, green flag. It's a good restart for Solwald. Starks in pursuit with Hillier trying to poke a nose downstairs. Solwald getting away. Starks trying to reel him in down the back straightaway. Closes the gap a little bit. Down to 2 to go. Starks way up high. Hillier down low. Not letting him get away for second. Solwald starts 1 and 2 low. Exits up high like almost sliding himself to make sure nobody bonsais underneath him as we're down to 1 lap left. Back straight away for the final time. And a feature win tonight for Jason Solwald in the Shaler A Motorsports 18. Trey Starks is second. Levi Hillier is third. Drivers have to make minimum weight requirement at the scales in corner number 3. And if they do, that green light on the light pole will turn on. Green light comes on. Your winner tonight, Jason Solwald. Starks has made weight. He will be second. Hillier from 6th to 3rd in that A main event. And Levi. Green light on as well. Your top 3 is verified. That ought to be an awfully happy crew down there. Jason raced his rear end off to pick up another feature win here at Skagit Speedway tonight. Crew is in there. His wife Casey leaning in, and there he is. Jason Solwald up on the right rear, taking the win tonight at Skagit Speedway. Nice run. All-phase heating and air conditioning night. Your winner, making his way to victory lane, and Eric List waiting for him.
Jason Solwald, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause. Picks up the win in the 360 Sprint Car Division. Man, oh man, I feel like few better or any adult can really roll the bottom the way you can around Skagit Speedway, and everyone is up top tonight's A main. You just stayed the course on the bottom. What did you find down there that worked so well?
I think our car just suits it best down there, and Yeah, it takes a little bit to get the angles right, but sometimes I look like a fish out of water and I miss it, but 9 times out of 10 I can hit it pretty good. It's just hats off to the Mike Anderson, and it's a rough week this week. Got stung by some hornets, and yeah, I'm allergic, so it was a bad week. But you gotta thank Dave, my wife Casey, and thanks Trey for letting me win today. You know, Steve, Blanton, everybody that helps us.
Well, you pick up the win tonight. The 410 raced next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday with the Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series. Where are you feeling going into that big weekend?
Well, if the track's similar to this, you know, if it's got a bottom on it, then obviously we got a good shot. But if there's no bottom and I got to rip up there with the kids, you know, the odds are in their favor.
Well, Jason Solwald gets it done, and he'll stand top of the podium. Trey Starks gives a handshake and comes home in second place. Trey, you kind of just bide your time and slowly picked him off and make your way through.
Yeah, a little bit. We are just struggling to get the race car figured out and the track where it's going to go. We were close. I think if we could have sealed the deal with Jason there, we were alongside of him one lap. I think it may be a different story, but there towards the end, he was making the bottom work a lot better than I could. He had more options than I did. So, you know, we'll take that, learn. We'll see what the track did. The track's definitely changing a little bit here since pretty much since Dirt Cup. It's been just a little bit different than we expect. So we're going to have to be a little bit different, but it's a good tune-up for next week, and we'll see what we can do in this 410 feature.
Well, Trey Starks comes home second. He's got one more feature to run, as he mentioned. We'll chat with Levi Hillier, who finishes in the 3rd position. Levi, that initial start looked anything but comfortable for you. You just lost spot after spot, but you settled in and found your rhythm to get back forward. But kind of what was that race like, and what happened on the initial start?
Yeah, the start, I don't know if it was a big fuel load or dirty air, but I went into 1 and got tight and then almost got ran over in 3 and 4. But honestly, from there, I was just kind of driving mad, trying to get to the front. But no, all in all, it was a really good night. My dad and Justin, DJ, they've been working really hard and been getting this car really fast so I can go out and try and get good podiums like this. So to be able to get 3 podiums in a row for 3 different weeks is really cool, and that doesn't say enough about this Rudine Racing team. So happy to get another podium, and we'll just keep digging, trying to get to that top spot.
Well, Levi Hillier on a nice hot streak with podiums, and he finishes off 3rd. But Jason Solwald gets the win tonight in the 360 Sprint Car Division.
All right, Solwald, top of the podium before High Limit gets to roll to town. And one more quick feature to finish off the night, as Stark's going to have to scramble back to his 410 sprint car because he has got the pole for that short A main coming up.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, August 28, 29, and 30, it's the Skagit Nationals, featuring the Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series at Skagit Speedway. It's $126,000 to win. The High Rollers are coming to take on our Skagit superheroes: Brad Sweet, Rico Abreu, Justin Peck, Aaron Reitzel, Gio Selzy, Chase Randall, Tanner Holmes, Dominic Selzy, Justin Sanders, Cy Lynch, Tanner Thorson, and all the High Rollers against Trey Starks, Jason Solwald, Jesse Schlotfeld, Justin Youngquist, Robbie Price, and all the local heroes. Do not miss this. The High Limit High Rollers against our local heroes. Get your tickets now at SkagitSpeedway.com. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, August 28, 29, and 30 at Skagit Speedway.
Well, podium is clearing. We will get Starks back to his car, as it is 4:10 time here at Skagit Speedway for a fast, and I say fast, the schedule said 15 to 20 lap A main event. We'll see how they pick to go through it. 20 lap is what we are going. So 20 will be the distance tonight. Well, last year, Eric List, the Kubota High Limit Series came to town, and night number 1, Trey Starks beat them after beating them previously at the Grays Harbor Raceway as well. He picked off 2 feature wins in a row. But it was all about the Saturday night show where Rico Abreu won big money, one of the biggest paydays of his career. Rico coming back, and after it once again this coming weekend. Should shout out, Gold Cup Race of Champions finished up about 7-8 minutes ago or so.
Okay.
Sounds like Corey Day picked up the feature win tonight.
Surprise.
Yep. Now, taking a look at it, I believe Corey has got Hendrick obligations coming up this weekend.
Yeah, he goes to Darlington.
So we don't know if the 14 team, which is in the season championship hunt for points, is going to field the car, field the driver for us coming up this weekend yet. But we do know Brad Sweet's on the way, who had a top 5 run tonight.
Yep.
Rico Abreu is on the way to defend his title. The 87 car had an awfully good run tonight. It'll either be Aaron Reitzel or Justin Sanders in that car, depending on Aaron's health coming up. Tanner Thorson had a top 10 run tonight. Really good showing out of him. Amongst others, you just saw the commercial fly up, and a lot of the names that are going to be up here. Again, taking on our own locals who have been really strong on the season. Trey Starks,
I'm
Jason
excited
Solwald.
to see what's going to happen, and can Trey get that three-peat?
Yeah, in the same year, right? Nobody has ever won Dirt Cup, 360 Nationals, and beaten the National Touring Series when they came into town for this Labor Day swing in the same year yet. Had 3 different drivers who have done it individually in different years, but Trey has got a chance to do it all in the same year. Which would be crazy.
I'll test your knowledge.
Okay.
Can you tell me who the 3 drivers are? Because I don't know off the top of my head.
Shane Stewart was the first.
Okay.
Jason Solwald was the second.
Okay.
And now Trey is the third. But again, none of them ever did it in the same year.
Okay, so
Stewart got
Stewart
Dirt
and
Cup
Solwald
in 04.
have, yeah.
Yep. Got the Dirt Cup in 04 and 2010-ish.
Okay.
He's beaten the Outlaws at least a couple of times here at Skagit Speedway.
Now, did he
and
beat him on the final night or just in a preliminary night?
Either or.
Okay.
I'm counting any of those wins as a National Touring Series
okay.
win. So, in my mind, I don't think Trey has to win the Saturday night show.
Okay.
Obviously wants to. We're paying $126,000. But if he can beat them in that same year, I think that counts.
That's okay.
Right?
That's where we classifying the Triple Crown as
any of the 3.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
At least as far as I'm concerned. Beating those guys is hard.
I'm not
right?
denying that in the slightest. I mean, you saw Trey do it once last year, and then Rico did it both nights. They're not easy to beat. Rico's going to be a tough one this year. I mean, he's run really well. He runs really well at Skagit Speedway. I mean, you want an odds-on favorite early? The 24 of Rico Abreu is a good one to pick.
If you were heading down to our friends at the Angel of the Winds Casino Resort and to the sports betting book, if they let you bet on it, I would say that a lot of money would pile in on Rico Abreu. And I believe you and I are going to have a chance to talk to him.
We are. Now you're going to test my time schedule. But yes.
2?
No, 3.
3.
About 3-ish, yeah. That's when he'll come on.
So at the High Limit Skagit Nationals pre-race party outside our fan experience from 2 to 4, we're going to have a number of drivers sitting down to talk to us. We will start out at 2 o'clock with Tanner Holmes. We'll follow it up with Justin Peck and Kevin Rudine. Heath Moyle, the crew chief off of Brent Marks Racing, going to join us. Tanner Thorson, Brad Sweet, Rico Abreu at 3:15. Then Trey Starks and Justin Youngquist to finish the show off. So we'll go from 2 to 4 out for our live broadcast in the parking lot. Or maybe
it'll be between sections D and F, where the same Dirt Cup was.
Right. We're inviting you guys to come join us. It should be a bunch of fun.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited for it.
And maybe people will bring us food.
Maybe.
That'd be great.
They brought Wade and I food. We tried the vegan nuggets.
Nice.
Which, race fans, if you didn't get your chance to try them tonight, you can try them another time at Skagit Speedway. They weren't bad. John Hager, the vegan nuggets were not bad.
Wow. Write that down.
Yeah. I probably will not order them, but they were not bad.
I don't know how to react to that.
I mean, you put ranch or barbecue sauce on them, they go down all the same. They were good.
We've got good barbecue sauce.
We
here,
do a
too.
very good barbecue sauce.
Yes.
I agree.
Big fan.
Mm-hmm. Good honey mustard, too. Do you want to get down a rabbit hole? What would your top 3 condiments be?
Condiments?
Or between a ranch, a barbecue sauce, a honey mustard.
Well, I'm never going to choose a ranch.
Okay. See, that's where you and I disagree.
Yeah. Barbecue, ketchup, and something.
Okay.
All available at our Skagit
Yes.
Speedway concessions.
See, I'd probably go a ranch, and then maybe a barbecue sauce, and then probably ketchup. I'm a big ranch guy.
Eric, how do you feel about cheese?
About cheese?
Yeah. Just, I'm testing you here.
I plead the fifth?
No.
I feel like it's a loaded question. I like cheese.
Okay.
Cheese is good.
Good.
Cheese,
okay.
Cheese is good.
You are a
yes.
normal human being.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I was like, cheese is good. I will put cheese on a decent amount of food items.
There's a certain track announcer and promoter of New Egypt Speedway who apparently does not like cheese, and we all think he's a weird human being.
Can't say I've met someone who hasn't liked cheese.
See? It's of the all-time bad takes. That was one this year.
That is a scorching bad take.
All right, 410s have rolled out. 20 is the distance that we're getting from them here. Starting lineup looks like this.
Well, on the pole, he just finished up the 360 A main. It's Trey Starks and Colton Heath, another finisher up of the 360 A main. His outside, Justin Youngquist, Cam Smith, row number 2, Colin Mackey, and Dan Reynolds in the third and final row. 6 cars, 20 laps.
And this is important again for these drivers. Cam Smith makes it out in the racetrack. Your drivers with 360 rides, Heath, Starks, Smith, have all had some time post-Dirt Cup, post-Dirt Cup Hangover Edition to be in the 410 and have or be in sprint cars and be here on Skagit Speedway. The drivers without a 360 to run, who are 410 only like a Youngquist, that's a lot of rust that's been accumulated there. So getting to bring the Dines Racing 95 out tonight, shake it down, make sure everything's right, it's a big deal for them, and getting 20 laps at speed here at the end of the night is definitely going to go into the notebook and help.
Yeah, and you'll take this in one and two ways. I mean, they are competing for still money. They're 60% of the normal 410 purse, but this is a learning opportunity. This is how's the track feel? How's it been running now? It's had 3+ A mains on it. It's had, heat races, blah, blah, blah. Don't go and do something that's going to jeopardize you and yourself and your car come next week. If you can win this, great, but if you don't, so be it. You've got bigger money on the line next week. This is purely about laps, like you said.
And it's a learning experience. You heard Trey Stark say it in his interview down there with it. The track's been different for him post-Dirt Cup.
Yeah.
So they're getting a curveball here or there that they're still working on adjusting to. These are going to be important laps for Trey in the 55 to figure out, okay, where am I starting from going in next weekend? Because with a format like you run over this, and with those guys coming in, you can't afford to be catching up as the night goes on. You've got to be good from time trials all the way through.
Yeah, you said especially in that format, you have to time in quick, and then it's a heat race invert, so you're really benefit of, you don't have to win your heat race, but if you can pick up 2, 3, maybe even 4 spots, it's going to put you farther back in the A main, but it's weird to say, but that's where you want to be because you're in that invert. But if you're up front and winning your heat races, it typically means, okay, you didn't qualify well, and if you're winning the A main, it's just your night has to start with qualifying.
Yep. If you do not time in right, you are in big trouble in a format like Skagit Nationals. We'll see how it all sorts out. Starks has been a monster qualifier,
yes,
that we
has.
know. And when I say monster qualifier, not just amongst the top of what we do here, but consistently ripping times that work with those outsiders coming in who have a larger engine budget and are cycling their stuff to where new motor might have 2 or 3 nights on it when they come into Skagit Speedway, as opposed to the 10 to 12 that maybe some of ours have right now and are not at peak performance for time trial.
Yeah, and that's what's tough about these 410 motors. You look at a 410 motor, it's about 20 grand or so to get it rebuilt, and on a good season, you hope it can maybe get you through. If you look at the entire year at Skagit Speedway, that's about how long a 410 motor can really go. But when you're, like Caleb says, those bigger budget teams who have a little bit more money, you have 5 engines sitting in your hauler, you can afford to, we're going to run 5 nights on this one, going to go send it off to be rebuilt, put a new bolt in, where some of these guys, they're running that full motor for 1 year because you have to.
They've ticked off the nights on it on the whiteboard back at the shop, and it's starting to hit the point of, okay, it's going to last this much longer, and then we've got to get it off for a refresh. For some of these teams, yes, we have our season championships coming up, but it'll be 3 nights at Skagit Nationals, and cool. The engine's heading back to the motor builder. We're done.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes. Starks and Heath, Youngquist, Smith, Mackey, and Reynolds. And again, this is exhibition, no season points on the line here in this main.
So lights will go out. Trey Starks will bring him back for the 20-lap A main event. Starks, Heath, Youngquist, Smith, Mackey, and Reynolds, your 6 cars to go 20 laps. Would imagine they should, knock on wood, tick this off pretty quickly. It'll probably single file out like their heat races. And it's just about learning and logging laps slowly through turn 3 to the chalk stripe in corner number 4. Green flag flies for the 410 exhibition A main. Well, Heath and Trey Starks side by side into turn number 1. Starks with the advantage.
Down the back straightaway, Starks shooting to the lead. Heath looking for the counterpunch. He's going to go right through the middle here. As Starks and Heath 1 and 2, Youngquist sits 3rd.
Mackey for a slide job, but here comes Colton Heath on Trey Starks. Can't get the job done on the exit turn number 2. Goes right back up high. Trey Starks slides himself through corner number 4 from the bottom to the top. He continues to pull away from Colton Heath.
Heath looking for the combination to find it right. He was right there with Trey in the first couple of laps, but coming off the bottom, car attitude didn't quite look like the way he wanted it. Top 3 spreading out. 4th and 5th, though. Smith and Mackey, that's a run.
Colin Mackey and Cam Smith waging war. Mackey gets right back by, goes down to the bottom, and now puts himself to the bottom of the racetrack. However, caution flag will fly. And we'll see how they score this one.
So Dan Reynolds, the 95 car, around in turn number 2. We talk about seat time and the value of it. All 4 of these drivers, Starks, Heath, Youngquist, and Smith, coming into the year with previous 410 experience, and not necessarily so much on Colton's side, but he'd had many previous years of 410 runs, but years of it. Money in the bank, memories in the bank. This is extra big for Colin Mackey, who has been since Dirt Cup, basically. He's 5 nights at this point?
Yeah.
3 nights of Dirt Cup.
3 nights of Dirt Cup.
The week after.
Breast cancer. No, not breast cancer. The night after. Yeah, when he texted me, he's been excited. He's like, it's just, this is good for me to get laps. He's like, I haven't been in a car for 6 weeks. I'm looking at this as just a chance to get laps. He was excited because, like we talked about, he's going to be going down to Oregon to race Monday. just him getting laps and getting seat time is the most important when you're trying to learn a 410.
He ran the Sunday show at the fastest 5 days at Grace Harbor?
Yes, he did. Yep,
okay,
yep.
so we're going to say 5 total nights in the car so far, make this number 6.
Yeah.
And then 7 down at Douglas County on Monday night.
Yeah. And
it's valuable experience.
Well, I wouldn't even count the start. If you remember last year during High Limit, he subbed in for Axel on the final Saturday night, but never really ran because in hot laps they had a motor issue, I believe was what it was.
Starks, Heath, Youngquist, Mackey 4, Smith 5. They've been having a good battle. Watch those two. And Reynolds.
So coming back to the start in the Interstate Battery outrageously dependable restart zone. It's going to be Trey Starks picking where he wants to refire. Will he go early? Indeed he does. Trey Starks to the loud pedal right on. Colin Mackey thought about going low on Justin Youngquist. Youngquist slams the door. Cam Smith goes up high. Colton Heath down low. Going to go wheel to wheel with Trey Starks the next turn 2. Nope, not quite.
Starks knew where he wanted to be, though, coming out of the corner and found that forward bite he was after. It's a half straightaway already on Heath on the restart. Mackey clearing Smith, and now Colin on the hunt for Justin Youngquist. Third in doubt.
Colin running the bottom and was making gains when Youngquist was on the top. Maybe he got told, hey, Jason Solwald rolled the bottom really well. If you can find your way around the bottom of Skagit Speedway, you're going to make a lot of ground, and he's trying to do that now.
I think the place you don't want to be is the middle of 1 and 2. That's where Youngquist just got away from him. I think you want to be down at the bottom, really hugging it or right up on the lip. So watch Justin now patting that advantage in third. Cam Smith has gone way up high in 3 and 4 to see if he can build up some speed. It's all about Trey Starks right now, though, as he completes lap number 9.
Starks with a healthy advantage over Colton Heath back in second. Youngquist third. Mackey and Smith round out your top 5. Now, there is a valid and probably a big chance that Trey Starks will catch Dan Reynolds in that 6th spot, and they'll have to deal through lap traffic. Now, we're halfway home in this one. But Trey Starks closing in quickly on the 95R, and will probably make a pass here corner before.
You remember the attitude, the language of the cars, the way they looked in the 360 race? Look what an additional 200 horsepower does for him. Starks, who at times looked like he was still kind of fighting the race car, and there could be massive setup differences between them. But right now, he is just powering around Skagit Speedway. That thing looks like it's got grip and it's just locked down.
Well, and you heard Trey talk about the differences. The difference, I think, one being is how much more moisture there is in this Skagit Speedway. You look at the dirt, you see how full of moisture it is. It gives these drivers a lot of different places to run. There's 2 valid lines to run with the bottom and the top, and it's paying dividends for Starks.
Now let's watch Trey on this time, because in the last 3 laps around, he's taken a different path through 3 and 4 each time. This time he's going to kind of go and roll middle the whole way around. Next time by, what path is he going to take through 3 and 4? I'll bet you he is banking some knowledge. As we watch it, yeah, this time he hugs low the whole way.
Now, there's the veteran knowledge of a driver like Trey Starks. He knows this is an important 20 laps to just figure it out because of the ramifications it'll have next week. He's going to go and find what's my car feel like when it runs here versus here versus here. So he's catching Cam Smith.
See what he can do with Cams. He'll go down to the bottom of them in 1 and 2, and this also makes a difference. He has cut 17 laps in clean air. What happens when the air gets a little dirty and turbulent? Now you can bank that knowledge.
So Trey using every part of these 20 laps to learn, gain, and grow on how he'll be able to better control. Next Saturday, caution flag flies. This Dan Reynolds parked on the berm in turns 3 and 4. So Reynolds around. Gonna give us a late race restart, which, hey, potentially could be a thing come Saturday night of High Limit. You want to talk about more learning? Here you go. Think about this. We've done 40-plus laps. It's over. Okay, and checkered flag flies. So, indeed, we're going about 15 to 20 laps. There's that 15 to 20 lap mark. We'll take the caution flag, and we'll call it good. So Trey Starks will pick up the win and get it done in this exhibition race. Colton Heath, Justin Youngquist, Colin Mackey, and Cam Smith, your unofficial and very unofficial top 5.
Check 1 and 2.
So all drivers have made their way to the rear and out back. So Dan Reynoldsby flips around the right way, and well, no victory lane tonight for the 410s and just an exhibition race. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming and joining and spending your Saturday night with us. If you're heading out at this time, please either use the south gate to go south or the north gate to go north. Remember, the pit area is open, so if you want to go talk, chat, and get your autographs from your favorite drivers, you're more than welcome to do so. But please drive home safely, be kind to each other, and have a great evening.